Evening and welcome, everyone. This meeting for the Hayward Unified School District Board of Education is now called to order. Today is Wednesday, October 8th, 2025, and the time is 5:08. Please note that live stream on YouTube is beginning now. Item A1, announcement of interpretation services. Ms. Collier?
Thank you, President Buffete. We are providing Spanish interpretation for this evening's meeting. If you are here in the building and need translation equipment, please raise your hand and our team will assist you. Let's see. For our Zoom attendees, please take a look at the toolbar and find the globe, then select Spanish, and our translation team will be on that line providing translation services. Our translation team, please.
Buenas tardes, ya hemos activado el canal de audio por medio de Zoom. Si está usted en el edificio y necesita algún dispositivo para escuchar la traducción simultánea, por favor busque a sus servidores. También tenemos por medio de Zoom en el globo terráqueo. Gracias.
Item A2, board roll call. Ms. Collier?
Trustee Rowden.
Here.
Trustee Dr. Okenda.
Here.
Clerk Bruckner Carrillo.
Here.
Vice President Prada. And President Buffete.
Present. That moves us to item A3, collect and hear request to address the Board of Education. Ms. Collier, are there any in-person cards or virtual hands raised?
I have no speakers today.
With that, we'll adjourn a closed session and return around 6:30 p.m. Good evening and welcome, everyone. This meeting for the Hayward Unified School District Board of Education is now reconvening to open session, and the time is 6:36 p.m. Item C1, announcement of interpretation services. Ms. Collier.
Thank you, President Buffete. We are providing Spanish interpretation for this evening's meeting. If you are here in the building and need translation equipment, please raise your hand and our team will assist you. If you have a personal device with a headset, you can log into the Zoom meeting and use that feature. You'll need to access the HUSD visitor Wi-Fi called HUSD board meeting, as shown on the screen. There is no password required for the Wi-Fi network during the board meeting. For our Zoom attendees, please take a look at the toolbar and find the globe. Then select Spanish, and our translation team will be on that line providing translation services. Translation team, please.
Buenas noches. Tenemos entonces traducción al español disponible para aquellas personas que necesiten escuchar la reunión de hoy en español. Si están aquí presentes, por favor, levanten la mano y el equipo de traducción les entregará un dispositivo para escuchar la versión en español. Si quieren usar su dispositivo personal, tienen que ingresar al programa Zoom y utilizar el código de acceso que dice HUSD Board Meeting. No requiere otro código de acceso más que eso. Si están en casa, pueden usar en Zoom la barra de herramientas y elegir el globo terráqueo y se activa la versión en español. Gracias.
Item C2, board roll call. Right back to you, Ms. Collier.
Thank you. Trustee Rowden?
I'm
here.
Trustee Dr. Okenda?
Here.
Clerk Bruckner Carrillo?
Here.
Vice President Prada?
Present.
President Buffete?
Present.
Trustee Ira?
Here.
Trustee Thomas?
Present.
And Trustee Sandoval?
Here.
Thank you.
Thank you. That brings us to item C3, our land acknowledgement and sanctuary declaration. I believe Trustee Dr. Okenda is going to be leading us tonight.
Thank you. Land acknowledgement. The HUSD School Board respectfully acknowledges the original peoples of the lands on which our campuses are built. For thousands of years and hundreds of generations, the Chicano people actively stewarded these lands to ensure they provided for all living things. This land on which our district was established was and continues to be of significance to the Muwekma Ohlone tribe. Today, we acknowledge the impact that colonization had on the Chicano Muwekma Nation and recognize our responsibility to help them heal from this history and to secure a sustainable future. The Hayward Unified School District is committed to diversity, equity, and inclusion among all of our students, families, and staff. HUSD understands the importance of fostering an environment that welcomes, affirms, and celebrates all people of all races, religions, sexes, sexual orientations, genders, gender identities and expression, ages, national or ethnic origins, and physical or mental abilities. All members of our community have a responsibility to uphold these values. Hayward Unified School District has sanctuary resolutions that acknowledge our duty to protect the specific safety needs of our immigrant youth and families, our lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, queer, and questioning youth, families, and staff. Our schools are and will continue to be safe havens where all students are valued, protected, and empowered to thrive.
Thank you, Dr. Okenda. Moving right along, we are now at C4, call for and collect public speaker cards. Clerk Bruckner Carrillo, would you please read the rules on public speaking?
Absolutely. The agenda for every regular board meeting provides an opportunity for members of the public to directly address the board on any items of interest, providing that the subject matter is within the jurisdiction of the board. The jurisdiction of the board includes the authority to hire, fire, and evaluate its only employee, the superintendent, as well as the authority to set the school district's goals, direction, curriculum, budget, and policy. This board will also hear comments regarding matters that fall under the scope of the superintendent. Public comments of that sort are welcome in this forum. With respect to this allowance, however, the board continues to ask that the public not use the names of staff and students for reasons of privacy and due process. Meanwhile, the board is prohibited by the Brown Act from having a discussion with the speaker or trustees during this segment of the meeting, since the topic would not be on the agenda and therefore would not give the public proper advance notice and thus would prevent members of the public from the opportunity to speak on the topic. Accordingly, board members may only respond briefly. An example would be to ask the superintendent to comment on what was just heard, or to ask a clarifying question to comprehend what was just said, but not to further examine or comment upon the matter. Please note that staff captures comments made by the public that require follow-up, and the board expects the superintendent to address the issue and update the board appropriately. For each individual speaker, 2 minutes of speaking time is allowed. Speaker time cannot be granted to another speaker to elongate that person's time. As to agenda items, procedurally, speaker requests on any agenda item will not be accepted after the item is open for discussion by the board. Individual speakers shall be allowed one single appearance per agenda item to address the board. In keeping with board governance and policies, we ask that speakers be muted and time disconnected if their commentary is not being presented. Lastly, as to signage, please note that non-speakers may not hold up a sign behind a speaker where, for example, it blocks visibility for other people at the meeting or impedes another person's space, since it's considered a disruption to the meeting.
Thank you very much. Item C5, report actions taken by the board in closed session. Superintendent Ms. Wu Fernandez.
Thank you, President Bufete. On a motion by Dr. Kinda and seconded by Mr. Rowden, the board voted 4-0 with Ms. Prada not present to approve the unpaid suspension of a classified employee. Secondly, on a motion by Dr. Kinda and seconded by Mr. Bufete, the board voted 4-1 to approve the settlement of case number 24 CV062943. That concludes my report.
Thank you. That moves us to item C6, approve the order of the agenda. This is where, if the board would like to move an item up or down, can do so via motioning. I'm calling for the motion.
I'll move it.
Second.
Moved by Trustee Rowden, seconded by Dr. Akenda. I'll call for the vote. All those in favor? All those opposed? 5-0 passes. Item D, our special feature, Filipino American History Month.
Good evening, Board of Education and Hayward community. This evening, I have the great pleasure of recognizing Filipino History Month. And we have two different presentations this evening. We're going to first welcome our PC leaders, Ms. Lonnie Yamito and Ms. Jasmine Maghenu, who are going to present information about our Asian Pacific Islander Community Initiative. So please welcome. Nice. Sure.
Hello, good evening. My name is Jasmine McHanoy, and I am a staff lead and support of the PC. That's Asian Pacific Islander Community Initiative. This is our third year as supporting the PC initiative, and I'm going to go ahead and share the mission. HUSD's Asian and Pacific Islander Community Initiative, a PC, celebrates and honors the identity, values, and cultural contributions of Hayward's diverse Asian American, Native Hawaiian, and Pacific Islander communities. Through this initiative, HUSD seeks to foster pride in cultural heritage, promote cross-cultural awareness, and help preserve unique AANHPI cultural traditions for future generations. The PC also aims to strengthen AANHPI, family and community engagement and unity, and create a safe, supportive school environment that understands, respects, and advocates for the academic and social emotional needs of all AANHPI students and families.
Ms. Lani Lumito. I'm the co-lead of the APC, Asian Pacific and Islander Community Initiative. And I was born and raised in the Philippines. I am going to discuss about the priority areas of APC. We are on the third year. One of the three priorities are building community and sharing resources, student, academic, and social emotional well-being, and preserving culture. For a year to recap, we have last year for school year 2024-2025, we have 168 parents attended our monthly gathering and 336 children. We have presented to the community presentations focusing on culture, college preparedness, ABAR, immigration, LCAP, online bullying, and voter education, to name a few. We also collaborated with community partners like the Hayward Arts Council, League of Women Voters, Eden Area, and Hayward Promise Neighborhoods. For our community outreach we Outreach and Families United Conference, we are part of the planning committee, and also during the backpack giveaways, cultural nights at every school sites who invited us to be in there. We also advocated one of the biggest push that I think we advocated is for the funding of every school site for AA NHPI events and programs. We understand that we have kind of like in a budget constraint right now, but we did had the first good year using this funding for every school sites. For the highlights, one of the highlights of APC, we were recognized by the City of Hayward during the ANHPI Heritage Month celebration last April of this year. We were invited and we received a copy of the proclamation recognizing the relevance of our existence in the community, especially in the school district. We were also included in the planning committees of some school sites for the ANHPI National Heritage Month celebration. And also, we represented the ANHPI students and families at the District LCAP Advisory Committee. That being said, we just had our first gathering on last month, and this month we will have it on November 5. And then we will have it on December 3, January 7, February 4, March 4, and May 6. We meet every first Wednesday of the month at HUSD Parent Resource Center Hub, Multipurpose Room, 24823 Sutter Road, Hayward, of course, here in Hayward. And we provide childcare and light snacks for the families and the attendees. This is open to everyone. This November 5, we would like to invite everybody, those families and students who have senior or junior students, because our topic will be Keys to Your Future, a college and career readiness session, student panel and resources fair, where we are going to provide, in partnership with our community partners, tips, tools, services, and programs available to support Asian American, Native Hawaiian, Pacific Islander students and families, the HUSD community in general as they start applying for financial aids, schools, universities, and colleges and vocational programs for the fall of 2026. Again, our meeting starts at 5 p.m. until 6:30 p.m. at the Parents Resource Center Hub. Thank you so much for this opportunity, and mabuhay ang Pilipinas. Long life Philippines. Thank you.
Thank you both, and thank you for sharing all of the information. And we do invite our families and our community out on November 5th. And for the second part of our presentation this evening, celebrating Filipino History Month, is we have a presentation from our students. We have students from Winton Middle School who are here this evening to join us in celebration of Filipino History Month. Ms. Nylene Tamandong from Winton Middle School has brought her students forward to present to you all this evening. Please welcome our students.
Hello and good evening, everyone. Thank you for having us. My name is Nylene Tamandong. I'm a counselor from Winton Middle School, as well as the very proud Asian Pacific Islander Club advisor. APIC aims to build community, raise awareness, and spread encouragement to honor your roots. For the month of October, APIC is celebrating Filipino American History Month. So far, our students have led an assembly school-wide and a lunchtime Dinikling lesson. For the rest of the month, they're in for a surprise from me, but we will be exploring more of the Filipino culture and traditions. Tonight, we have members of our club performing the Dinikling, a traditional Filipino dance where dancers skillfully step in and out of moving bamboo poles, mimicking the quick movements of tickling birds while also trying to protect their ankles. So we hope you enjoy tonight. Our students have been working really hard on this, taking up their lunch as well to work on this. So we hope you enjoy.
Thank you again, and please give the Winton team a loud round of applause. And just as we close our presentation for this evening, we do just want to recognize that Hayward Unified does have a rich and diverse student body of Filipino students. And we do want to recognize that our TK to 12 student body includes 164 staff members, as well as 663 students. So we do have a rich population of students in our community. We want to thank our Asian Pacific Islander Community Initiative leaders, and we do invite you to the next meeting session. And again, please give the Winton students one more round of applause. And we do want to thank our counselor, Ms. Tamandong, for all of her work in supporting our students in giving them this rich opportunity to learn a cultural dance and to perform it here in front of you all. So thank you very much.
I'll turn it over to the board for any comments. Well, I'll go ahead and start it off. I'm Filipino. It brings me immense amount of pride to see the work that we're doing around cultures and different identities within Hayward Unified. I can say that I went through Hayward Unified and I don't think I saw Filipino events like that. So it's really nice to see this be something that we do now. I think everyone should be celebrated. It's a thought I've always subscribed to, is that I think when we can be our most authentic selves, we can truly reach our full potential. You're no longer worried about trying to be somebody you're not, or trying to put on a front for anything. You're actually becoming yourself and really filling out your full potential. I really wanted to thank again our APC advisors. I know that was an initiative our board started 3 years ago. I really, that was something that was near and dear to my heart, and pushing that through and getting that done, and seeing the amount of participation that we're getting, the community engagement, the families that come regularly now. It's your own family that comes on those Wednesday nights now. So that's a really cool thing that we created here in Hayward Unified. And then another shout out to Winton. I was so blown away when I went to your Filipino American festival, or it was an all-day thing at the in the NPR, and they had trivia, they had performances, they had booths. It was really great to see how much of this education we continue to push in Hayward Unified, and letting everyone see themselves. Filipinos in Hayward Unified are the fourth largest demographic now, and it's rising. It's actually the fastest growing population in Alameda County at the moment. So I want to thank everyone who was a part of this. I want to thank all the people that put the hard work, and thank our students. And at the end of our comments, I'd be honored if we can have a board picture with both parties up there earlier. Thank you. Ken, go ahead. Or Trustee Rowden, go ahead.
Thank you. That thing, is it called Tinikling? Is that what it's called, right? Yeah. Did we get OSHA approval for that? No, I'm kidding. No. That was quite wonderful. It takes me back to teaching. For those of you that don't know me, I taught vocal music at Mount Eden High School for 30 years. And I had a huge choir, and I know that 50% of the choir was made up of our Filipino students. And the arts are so much part and parcel of what your culture is, that I was attracted to that. I don't think I've ever had dinner with friends in a Filipino home, and I've done that a lot, where there was not a karaoke machine present as part of the furniture. And I think that's probably still the case today. And I was very drawn to that. And I just couldn't tonight. I don't know why I started thinking about this, but I had a student who, he sat right in front of me. And at that time we had an upright piano, and I directed from the piano. And at the end of the period, I knew he was doing something on the other side of the piano, but I couldn't see what it was. But at the end of the period, I went back and looked, and he had drawn a picture of me on the back of the piano. And, normally, that's like a no-no and I would say something to him, but I have to say it looked just like me. And I left it there for the next 20 years, just as a reminder. So I am grateful for the Filipino community in this town. I really am. So you just took me back memories tonight. So thank you so much. Appreciate it.
I just want to echo the comments from my colleagues. Want to thank our students for the wonderful performance. I really appreciate the efforts of our Asian and Pacific Islander Community Initiative. The incredible focus, not just and not only on uplifting a really rich culture, but also reaffirming that an incredible part of that culture is giving back. It's fighting for social justice. It's reaching out to neighbors who may not be Filipino, but other communities that are in crisis. It was the Filipino community that actually partnered with the Hispanic community to establish what eventually became UFW, which is the United Farm Workers of America. It was our Filipino community that stood shoulder to shoulder with Cesar Chavez to make sure that in this country, in this state, and here in our community, that organized labor matters. And as we reflect on what's coming tomorrow to the city of Alameda from the federal government, Lonnie and team, I'm grateful that you're here to make sure that we are doing everything we can to support our students and our families, because that is inherently part of the Filipino culture. And so I just really want to thank you all. I want to thank our students. I want to thank President Bufete for his leadership. I had the honor of attending our Filipino family celebration a couple weeks ago, and I'm so proud that this is what we have here in Hayward in this moment, and I'm grateful. Thank you.
I can say that this is always one of the highlights of being a trustee is being able to see our advocacy in our communities shine, and especially in our board meetings, because yes, we have board work to do, but we want to see our students, we want to see our educators and our families here in this room, filling this room, pouring in love. And I'm really proud. I did have a question. So I think it was 2 years at the celebration. There was like a chair stacking. So what is that called? Yes, so impressive. Also, I challenged Trustee Buffetti to come here and to hop in. And he said yes. So I would like you guys to follow up with him, preferably at a board meeting. But yeah, this is so beautiful, especially in what we're living through right now. There's nothing more powerful than the Rainbow Coalition. There's nothing more powerful. And, separated, we can be defeated, but together we make a fist. And so I think it's important that we continue to shine and share and fight. And so it was just beautiful to see you guys out here today and to see this room full. And thank you. Thank you.
Well, I did get challenged with that. I will say at our Filipino American History Month celebration, I believe there's footage of myself, Superintendent Wu Fernandez, and Dr. Davies doing a dance tutorial somewhere. So if we find somebody with that footage, please lead them to us. We'll have them delete it. Thank you so much. We want to take that picture though. Can we take that picture with you? Yeah? Oh, yeah. Oh, okay. All right, can we give them one more round of applause? And just to finally tie it off, I'm wearing my Belong Tagalog tonight. This is a garment I got from a collection called Sandiwa. It's in Union City. And just a little fact or a trivia piece, these were see-through and they're light because of the weather, the high humidity, but also it was a oppressive piece of clothing where you could see if somebody was hiding a sword or a weapon. So the Spanish would see if anybody was revolting or hiding weapons and stuff. So really interesting piece of information. Item E, we have a very special feature tonight. It's our perfect cast scores. This is always a fun night. Staff?
This is a very special night for Hayward Unified School District, and we are very excited to be able to present our perfect cast scores this evening. We do have from our third grade all the way through our high school schools and students who have earned perfect scores. So this evening, Mr. Garcia, our Director of Curriculum Instruction and Assessment, will recognize the students. Mr. Garcia.
Thank you so much, Dr. Davies, Honorable President Peter Buffete, the rest of the board trustees. It's always a huge privilege of mine around this time for the past few years to recognize the perfect score recipients of Hayward Unified School District in having achieved a very difficult high bar of a perfect score on a state test. So can we get a quick round of applause for that? So just a bit of quick introduction to give folks common context and awareness. CASP is the acronym given to the state test in 3 subject areas: English, language arts, math, and science. It's given across the board from grades third grade to 8th grade and 11th grade in the subject area of ELA and math, science, at specific grades 5th, 8th, and 11th. It's given each spring. So you're about to hear and see students that have scored at that perfect level for spring 2025 a few months ago. Before I actually go to the student level perfect score data, I actually wanted to highlight something for our community that we have to just really kind of an accolade to be proud of. We will get to some of the areas that we know we need to grow in, but definitely want to highlight the work that has been happening as far as what we call bright spots in our school district. For this school year, 12 schools year over year have showed positive growth in the area of English language arts. And here they are: Eden Gardens, Eldridge, Harder, Longwood, Lauren Eden Park, Schaefer Park, Tyrell, Chavez at Middle School, Ochoa Middle School, Hayward High. And more impressive, percentage-wise, 2 schools with double-digit growth in the area of ELA: Faith Ringgold with 11% increase, Mount Eden 12% increase. In mathematics, 14 schools, folks: Eden Gardens, Eldridge, Faith Ringgold, Harder, Longwood, Lauren, Palmacia Park, Trevi, Tyrell. At the middle school level, Chavez, MLK, Ochoa, Winton, and Hayward High. And Lauren with an impressive 10-point jump in the area of math. All right, folks, can we clap that up, actually? That is the cumulative effort of students, parents, staff, teachers dedicated to really improving their craft, making sure that they're supporting each and every one of our students. However, we did not come to celebrate that so much as each of our individual students, and we have our parents here joining us as well. I actually wanted to, if we could start opening the door.
Right, point
Yeah.
of order. Do you mind actually saying a little bit about the scheduling and the amount of time it takes to complete this test? That the students?
Sure.
Yeah.
I will say to you, so let me go back to this slide, Ms. Prada. In regards to your question, to take an ELA test, there's 2 different parts to the ELA test. There's what's called the computer adaptive test, which is kind of a multiple choice test. And then there's a long answer response where they literally have to write paragraphs, if not essays. Typically for English language arts, we're talking about 2 hours, 2 hours and change. Mathematics, a little under 2 hours. Science, about an hour and a half. So it's a very extensive exam that's given across the state to all those grade levels.
Thank you.
Yeah. All right. So now, if I could have our staff member, I think it's actually our principal, Miss Irma Torres Fitzsimmons, we will actually read the names of our students. They've already received their recognition, and then we're going to do a little photo op afterwards. So beginning with Principal Torres Fitzsimmons and Burbank Elementary School.
Good evening. Proud principal of Burbank Elementary, and we have 3 students. Matthias Barron. Relation. Stephanie Malone. Congratulations. And Milo Miller.
And I believe we have East Avenue students as well. If I can have East Avenue represented, I'd like to introduce and recognize Adrian Gonzalez. And introducing Eden Gardens, I believe our awesome faculty member, Lynette Nielsen, is coming up.
And let's welcome Jackson Wong. Great job, Jackson.
And now representing Eldridge, Mr. Brian Cohn, principal.
All right, good evening, everybody. Brian McComb, Mighty Eldridge Mustangs. I'm proud to introduce Chris and Tim, wonderful job on the cast. Chris and Tim, thank you so much. We're a little nervous. Thank you.
Fairview Elementary, Miss Matisse, are we here? Just want to make sure that we read the name out loud. Sophie Carrico. Sophie Carrico, if we can recognize Sophie. Lauren In. Lauren In, recognizing Jaden Rodriguez. Jaden, come on up. Congratulations. Okay. And moving to Palmacia, if we can have Listen. Elementary School. All right. Mr. Fields, come on up, Schaefer Park.
All right, I have the pleasure of introducing 2 of our students, 6th graders that will probably go into MLK. We have Yair Dominguez. Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Flores. Just actually, no, forgive me. Southgate Elementary School. Southgate Elementary School. I'd like to recognize Tristy Pham and Ryan Tran. Ryan Tran. Now it is my full voice to invite Principal from Stone Country.
Stoneway Elementaries, and this is Deborah Moyama, and then the classroom teacher, Mr. Frank Yu, present to Quiz Hill. Woo!
can stay up here. Okay. To Tyrone Elementary, if we can have Yvonne. Let's recognize Yvonne. Congratulations, Yvonne. If we can line up here, sir. Okay. Wonderful. So we're actually going to introduce somebody from Strawberry who just arrived and is also going to be recognized, Mr. Jackson Passetti. Jackson Passetti, Strawberry Elementary. All right, folks, we are now to middle school. At the middle school level, we have Anthony Ochoa Middle School. Do we have our assistant principal or principal? No? Yes, yes, yes. All right. Miss Andrews, come on up.
Good morning, good evening. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to present this award to Miss Zyrel De La Rosa. Congratulations. And Mr. Johnny Pham. All right, give it up for our Ochoa Bulldogs. John. And last but not least, Mr. Jim Wilson. Congratulations. Good job. Proud of you.
Thank you, Miss Andrews. Thank you, Miss Lewis. Moving on. Park Middle School, Wilson, Shawnee County Gordon, principal.
You cannot hide that bear pride. Super proud to introduce my scholars this evening. I'll start with Elham Achak. A bear, but also representing the farmers, Melody Lucero. Also a bear, but representing the farmers, Makai Mayo. Second year in a row. Also for Melody. And last but not least, fresh out of a football semifinal win, Christopher Urias Pena.
All right, moving right along. Get ready, folks. It's MLK Junior Cobra time. Principal Daniels, come on up.
This one. Do you know who's here? Is okay. All right, are they in order or? Good evening. I'm proud to be here. It's one of my favorite nights of the evening, and we have also a teacher with us. So a lot of the scores can be attributed to her, our math teacher, Ms. Jorgensen.
Good evening. Thank you. Thank you for having this evening.
How do you announce if you know the case better than that? Just look to see who's up. Okay.
Okay. Where are we at on the list? Okay.
Well, I think they just said, I don't know if they're okay.
Gael. Gael. Congratulations, Freddie. And Rogelio. But Rogelio is not here today. Julian Cervantes Andrade. Woo! Good job, bud. Peter Chan. Woo! And then we come across. Perfect. And then we have Gabriel. Cornejo. Gabriel. And then we come across Daniel DeRoche. He is now in high school and is not here today, but he actually scored perfect in all 3 courses. Then Rafael. So Daniel's not with us today, and Raphael's not here, but Gabriella, Gabby. Fantastic job, Gabby.
David's here.
Then we have Ozma, but Ozma is not here today yet. The next one is David. Got you. David, come on, David.
Mr. Medina.
We're missing Bradley. Bradley, come on. Then Lynn, Lynn, congratulations. I just look at him. My girl, Rihanna. Rihanna's also a volleyball player. She just came from volleyball. Fantastic. Woo, congratulations.
Clarissa Lynn.
And Clarissa. Don't let her sign this. Oh, she is as shy and strong and amazing. We are so proud of you. And then come back here. And next we have Queena. Queena's in the house. Hold your bracelets up. She's made all of them. Good job, Queena. Mwah. We're so proud of you. Crystal. In 2 years, Crystal improved by 44%. Congratulations, Crystal. We're so proud of you.
Timmy.
Timmy. Timmy's on. He's on to the high school now. We sure miss him. Good job, Timmy.
Lorenzo Thompson.
And Lorenzo Thompson. Lorenzo, liked by all.
Caleb.
And Caleb. Caleb's here representing. Once again, he and Clarissa, shy and strong. And then we have Corbin. Corbin's in the house. Corbin got 100% on ELA and missed one question on math. And that is our math MLK. Thank you.
All right, folks, we're now to our high schools. High schools, beginning with Hayward High. Assistant Principal is Andrea He presenting.
Hi, everybody. Let's see here. No sé dónde son. So Eli Tseng is receiving an award in 2 areas. He's from Hayward High. He's getting it in English and in math. And I'm also supposed to take a picture. Eli. Okay, and then we have here Anthony Tran from Mount Eden. He's receiving an award for mathematics. Congratulations. Yeah, lucky. Great job.
And last but not least, just want to make sure, Mount Eden. All right. We do have 2 students we'd like to recognize from Mount Eden this evening. We have some English language arts. And Anthony Tran for mathematics. Anthony Tran, who I believe is already up in front. Okay. Thank you, folks. This is it. 60 recipients. If you are noticing a possible pattern for board members that were here last year, we have exceeded our number by about a third. We had last year about 40 students. This year we have about 60 students. Okay. So congratulations. I know that it's been a lot of hard work. We'd like to request the board to come on up. We'll take a picture.
Trustees, I think we should. We'll call a recess just so we can, we'll do a 5-minute recess, 7:35? Yeah, 7:35. All right, welcome back, everyone. That was a really wonderful special feature to celebrate all of our perfect cast scores, and I want to send a congratulations to the students and their families. Item F, reports to commentary. We'll start off with the first item, our student board member comments. We'll start off with Trustee Sandoval.
Good evening, board members and community. I'm Trustee Lilani Sandoval, and I'm the board representative for Tennyson High School. To start off, we have athletics throughout this week. This is the week of senior night, so there's 2 senior nights going on this week. Yesterday was our Lady Lancer flag football team. They had their senior night, and tomorrow is our girls volleyball senior night. And we're hoping that they have their senior night in the gym because it's getting remodeled, but it's so close to being finished now. We also have different games as well. We have a football game, an away game at Castro Valley this Friday. We have tennis versus Hayward High School and flag football yesterday versus San Leandro. And then next up, we have events. So last week we had Spirit Week. The class themes were freshmen were Shrek, the sophomores were Minions, the juniors Rapunzel, and the seniors Lilo and Stitch. So we had dress up days with themes like white lie, teacher student swap. So some of those pictures right there that you think are probably students, they're the teachers dressed up. And we had Friday our class color as well as our rally day. The rally was on Friday, and it was a way to just show off all our spirit. And this year's Spirit Stick winner was actually the sophomores. So that was really interesting. We had our leadership student dance, the Pacifica Club dance, our Lady Lancer varsity cheer team, and some other fun class games. To end the week off, we had our Hoko dance in the cafeteria, which is a night in Rio. So in that photo where it says now shining, that's some of leadership coming to help after school to clean up as well during Hoko. But it was a really just a fun experience that week. It was really interesting seeing the sophomores win this year, but it was really fun. And that's it for today. Thank you.
Our next student trustee presentation will come from Trustee Thomas from Mount Eden High School.
Good evening, board, trustees, and community. My name is Jalen Thomas, and I'm the student parliamentarian for the Monarchs at Mount Eden. So starting off tonight is a quick recap of our Spirit Week, just like Tennyson. And as always, our Spirit Week features class rallies every day at lunch, which were competition against one another to go along with who decorated their side of the gym the best. With our overall theme being video games, our class themes this year had Pikachu for seniors, Charmander for the juniors, Minecraft for the sophomores, and then Sonic for the freshmen. Each rally was full of participation and, of course, spirit, but those who showed it the most in one Spirit Week was the seniors. So congrats to the class of 2026 for showcasing their abilities and hosting lively rallies. Then on that Friday, we had our homecoming pink out football game on October 10th. We had a lively student section with guided cheers to encourage our football team and bring up the energy. We featured a poster near the entrance where everybody could write supportive words for those with breast cancer. Then on Thursday, October 16th, we had our first senior night of the year. Our girls flag football team closed off their home game season by playing San Leandro. Congrats to our class of 2026 seniors. Then on Saturday, October 11th, we had our Night in Canyonland homecoming. We welcomed over 600 students and guests back into our gym where we offered free snacks and drinks, carnival rides, photo booths, and a live DJ. It was beautifully decorated with candy swirl balloons, lollipop stands, a balloon arch, and cutouts. Then finally, for some upcoming events, we have a bunch of senior night days to keep track of. So first, our girls volleyball team will be having their senior night tomorrow playing San Lorenzo. We have 6 dedicated seniors on our team. We'll be having an honorary ceremony starting at 5 o'clock. So please come and support our girls for the last home game. Then our next senior night will be for our girls tennis team. It is next week, Thursday, October 30th at 4:30, and it will also be playing against Tennyson. If you're available, please come support our 12 seniors on the team. Then finally, also on Thursday, October 30th, we will be having our football and cheerleader senior night. Our senior section theme is Minions, and we'll be holding a costume contest / best dressed Minion during halftime. So come out to our fun student section for our last home game and send off our 16 seniors on the football team and 9 cheerleaders. Hope to see you all there. That's all I have for tonight, but thank you so much for listening, and remember, you can't hide that Monarch pride.
Thank you for that. And then our last student trustee presentation is from student trustee Ira.
Good evening, board. I'm trustee Ira, and I will be representing Hayward High School. So first off, since our last meet, tennis has had a game against Mount Eden, San Leandro, and Arroyo. Cross country had a race against Mount Eden at Garin Park. Volleyball also won against Arroyo, San Leandro, San Lorenzo, and they even had their senior night game against Mount Eden where they were able to win. So good job, good job to the volleyball team. Meanwhile, the flag football team has had games against San Leandro, Arroyo, Tennyson, and they also had their senior night game this time against Piedmont, where they also won. So that's amazing. Our football team also went against San Leandro, Piedmont, San Lorenzo, and on DTR they had their game against Newark, where both the JV and varsity team were able to win. And while we're on the topic of DTR, next slide. DTR. Okay, so if you aren't aware, DTR stands for Downtown Rally, which is this annual parade at Hayward High School where students march through downtown Hayward. But before the rally, classes face against each other in a series of Spirit Week and lunchtime events in order to gather points for their classes. And the Spirit Week prompts were anything but a Backpack Day, Cartoon Day, Celebrity Day, and West Coast versus Wild West. We'll have some of the interesting participants for the Spirit Week up there. But after the rally, classes headed back into the gym where we had a series of games and dances for the classes to get even more points, as well as performances from our cheer team, Poly Club, Filipino Club, and Shakir, which is this alumni step team. And we even saw the teachers perform a song from K-pop Demon Hunters, which was very interesting to watch. Yes. And the winners for DTR were announced at the football game that same day, with juniors taking the win. So we have a variety of winners here after a hard-fought DTR year. And before I go on, I would like to thank President Buffete and Superintendent Wu Fernandez for attending the DTR and being judges. We greatly appreciate it. Thank you. Next on, that Saturday, we also had our HOCO, and our theme was A Night in Pixie Hollow. We had many fairy lights, leaves, and flowers set up on the football field in order to achieve that fairy feel, as well as a magical photo booth, which when you took a photo there, it printed out photos. It was crazy. ASB also sold boba and served free Chipotle catering to all attending, and it was an overall really fun experience. And the dances were a blast, especially since I was able to spend it with the people I've been able to grow up these past few years. Now, for upcoming, we're set to have a Halloween Fest on Halloween Day, where clubs will get to sell and put themselves more out there. At the same event, we'll be announcing Halloween door contest winners, and we'll also be holding a competition for the Halloween costumes that day. The categories are funniest, most creative, spookiest, and best duo. And I'm personally hoping my poop emoji costume wins any of these. But we'll see. We're also gonna have a GCA lunchtime event this month. Girls tennis, flag football, and volleyball will all also be going against Tennyson on the 23rd, and football against Kennedy Tech Fudena. Cross country will also have a competition here at the farm. Now, some of you may have noticed the asterisk at the top, and that's because we actually today had our Filipino Heritage Month event. ASA and the Filipino club had a dance performance, and there was a competition for best dance where the winner of that got a Jollibee gift card. Classes in ASB also sold boba and flan. And I'm just glad to have survived DTR and HOCO with all the planning that went on. And that will be all for tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, trustee Ida. I believe Dr. Akenda has a comment here.
I just want to ask a huge favor to make sure you take a photo and show us your costume because I really have to see what that looks like.
Of course.
And just to share, it was an honor to be there for Downtown Rally. It was a fun day. If anybody has ever participated or been to a Downtown Rally, it is an amazing event to see the creations for the floats the kids, the students make, the dances, performances they choreograph. A lot of time and work goes into it, and just really wanted to appreciate all the hard work. Thank you, student board members. And that moves us on to item F2, our superintendent comments. Superintendent Chairman Fernandez.
Thank you, Ms. Profete. For today's comments, I will share a little bit about what's happening inside of HUSD with staff and what we're doing around some of the priority areas that we have, and also some of the events that I was able to attend. If I can get this work. Yeah, there you go. So on November 3rd, we have our district-wide professional development day. I made it disappear. Let's try this. There. Okay. So we have our professional development day. It is an opportunity for our staff to be able to get together, learn from each other, and also get some additional resources or in areas that would hopefully support their work. So as you see, we have trainings that are available for certificated staff in different content areas, as well as for our paraeducators. That's something that's responsive to what our paraeducator has been asking, additional trainings on things that would be really supportive of their work. We have trainings for special education teachers, as well as trainings for office and department managers and office staff. Again, being responsive to what folks are needing and hopefully be able to support their work. We also talked a lot about growing our own in terms of having staff with pathways in our district. And so we talk a little bit about, I think in previous presentations about YEP. We have student workers in YEP that hopefully will join us in our workforce. And so an example of pathway that we created. Another pathway that we're creating actually starts on October 30th, and that's our Aspiring Administrators Academy. It is important for us to be able to, again, support our staff internally who knows Hayward really well, knows our kids, knows our staff, and knows our district, to be able to support them in their growth and being who they want to be in our district in different seats. So it is starting on October 30th. We are soliciting for folks who might be interested in the academy and supporting them to hopefully be able to learn a little bit about what it means to be a school administrator and supporting them in hopefully in the career growth in that direction. We have several town hall meetings. I think we talked earlier in the last board meeting about the fact that we're collecting some input from our families, from our staff, around things that we can improve for special education. Dr. Rossi has run a couple of both a virtual listening session as well as a listening session in the last town hall to hopefully gather some data that we'll be sharing on the November 3rd special board meeting. In addition to that, we are also trying to listen carefully to our families and the needs that they have. And there is an ask for us to consider restructuring our special education town halls in a way that's much more responsive. Just wanted to report that that's kind of in motion right now, so that we can restructure the town hall in a way that is much more responsive, has sections where we actually listen to our parents and the concerns that they have, along with giving presentations on resources and items that may be important for our families to hear about and to support their students and assisting us in supporting their students. I was able to attend the downtown rally. It was pretty impressive to see all the floats and the hard work that our students put into making those floats happen. What has struck me in the whole experience really was the camaraderie and the fact that our students are so supportive to each other. So sitting in a gym of folks and watching our students cheer each other on as you know, the people are taking the brave step of dancing and singing and performing in the middle of the gym was quite heartwarming in terms of watching our student and how great our student is in terms of supporting each other and kind of cheering each other on as loud as possible. It was a very fun day. I enjoyed being a judge. I had the best table with all the snacks. And so I did share. For the record, but it was a really exciting day. I've never been a judge, and so thank you for inviting me to be there, and it was a great experience. I also was able to attend HEF, our Hayward Education Foundation. I wanted to make sure that we support them. They do support our classrooms and our teachers and providing needed resources for our students so that we can, our staff can have some resources to provide a wider experience for our students, whether it's hands-on learning or additional technology or different things that they're able to support. It was a lovely event. We had a lovely student performers there. As you can see, a Wenton Ballet Folklorico was there presenting that night, as well as a beautiful speech given by Carrie King, one of our Mount Eden teachers, who was able to highlight some of the work and the fact that HEF has been instrumental in supporting her work as a teacher. Lastly, I also attended at Winton, a great event. The San Francisco Gay Men's Chorus actually sang for Winton and had an assembly for students. It was a beautiful assembly. The message was around inclusivity, love, and empathy. And so those are the things that our kids took away, along with a beautiful performance on that day. Lastly, these are different ways of contacting us. I do want to highlight the fact that we have the SLIP hotline for ICE encounters on this particular communication, and I want folks to be able to use that as much as possible. We are experiencing a lot of concerns in our community and continue to experience that. I want to make sure the community knows that we do have protocols in our schools to ensure that our students are safe and our staff is safe. Our staff is very committed to making sure that our students are safe in our schools daily, and this is no exception. And so wanted to make sure that the community understands that we have the support and the folks that are there to support your students, both in terms of any incidents that happen on campus, as well as anything that that comes their way, including potentially folks that are not supposed to be on campuses. So again, want to make sure that hotline's there for folks and then ensure that our community hears that we support and love our children and make sure that you send your kids to school every day so that we can continue to educate them, and we will support you in any way possible. That concludes my report out for the day.
Point of order. Superintendent Chinwe Fernandez, I just wanted to prioritize that we are going to be going over and strengthening our protocols because it has been confirmed that there is an increase of ICE agents coming in tomorrow to Alameda County. And so I would like to make sure that our that not just having the number available, but making sure that every site is reaching out, our family engagement specialists, our site leaders, you know, reissuing red cards if need be. Possibly, if possible, creating a safe place on campus for questions and concerns, and just, I know we have the protocol booklet and we've done the training and the run through and everything, but I think right now is a good time to do another push and refresher. Just because it has been confirmed that things are increasing right now.
So I appreciate you bringing that up, Ms. Prada. So I want to make sure that I say this out loud. We did the presentation and also training with our staff at the beginning of the year because we understand how important this issue is for our community. So that was done. We have consistently been messaging the protocol out through the last couple months as school is coming forward. It is true there's some recent news that may cause concern in the community. We again are pushing that protocol out to our site administrators to make sure that they're reviewing the process, reviewing the protocol so they're familiar with it. We do have district folks that are also available to support and help if something happens. And I am going to appreciate our labor partners in advance. And I know that our labor partners has also been consistently messaging to staff around this issue because we understand how important it is for our community to understand that we have things in place to keep our kids safe, and our staff are committed to that.
And the last thing, National Guard confirmed that libraries are considered ICE-free zones, our public libraries. Sorry about that. Yes, trustee.
Thank you so much. Just want to echo Vice President Prada. Also want to reaffirm that at the bottom of every single Friday email that goes out, I know we have information available to our staff on different resources and the protocols should they come across law enforcement. Really want to echo the appreciation for our labor partners in this space, and really just also want to make sure that as we are hosting various meetings and events throughout the district, especially ones where our parents and students are going to be in the room, that we do everything we can to make sure that there's a virtual option available. I feel that we owe that from a safety perspective to our families. And so Superintendent, if you can just speak to any effort we can make to make sure there's a virtual option for nearly everything.
Yeah, I'll start by commending staff. I believe that staff has been working hard to give different options for our parents to be able to engage with us. Anything from town hall meetings to large events, we try to create a virtual option. And down to, and I'm looking at Ms. Daisy Bates in the community, IEPs are sometimes conducted virtually for both the safety of parents as well as ease of parents in terms of accessibility. We'll continue to work on that, and so that we can continue to create options for our families.
Thank you. Okay, we are at item G, information discussion items. The three-step procedural order we will follow for the information item is as follows. Step 1, staff presentation. Step 2, board questions and comments. Step 3, public speakers. First item G1, update on budget, cash management, and the implementation of fiscal solvency plan and the FCMAT fiscal health risk analysis. Staff presentation.
Sorry, I don't know what point it is exactly, but I just see an audience full here that's, I'm assuming, for public comment. And I know that we do informational items standard procedure before, but I think we just didn't consider this when approving the order of the agenda. So could we revisit this to let them speak before we go to the? That's what I'm. Oh, yeah, but do we rescind the previous vote? I think we formally go back to C6 and I seconded it. Mr. Rowden made the first motion. So Mr. Rowden, would you be willing to just alter your motion or put us, I don't know how we do this exactly, but I think it's. Okay, so I'll take away my second and put a substitute motion for that to move public comment before the information items. And then
Trustee Rowden? I'd like to call for the vote. All those in favor? Okay, passes 5-0. And we are now in public comment.
The first three speakers I have are Kaden Kratzer, Deborah Trudeau, and Jessica Ayala.
My name is Kaden Kratzer. I'm the director for SEIU Local 1021 Education Unit. We have education units K through 12, K through 14 from Ukiah to Sacramento, 22 of them, 8 higher educations, altogether above 11,000 folks, and a cadre of staff and supervisor attached to that. So tonight we're here. There is a reason why I'm here in person tonight. There are certain things that are occurring, which is our folks, many of them, which labored for this district well over 20 years. And the best way I can describe what they were subjected to, I think and I'll be as straightforward as a heart attack on this. It's literally worker abuse and or exploitation. I don't have any other names for this. Making jobs work at a pay that stayed below $17 up until they made it up to $17, some of them well over 2 decades, and be sitting at the table presently, 2025, with proposals that stay under $20 is not only unacceptable, it's
obscene. I am going to say it straightforward. I reside in Alameda County. I pay to the fund that you have, that you're using presently. It is not your piggy bank. Allow me to say this, comes with rules of engagement. Mistreating community workers is just still not acceptable. And we will not, and I'm going to make this part clear, negotiate under $20 for any of these workers. So that part, I want to be as frank and sincere on this as I can possibly be. It was the lowest possible common denominator for people who have been abused for well over 2 decades. So the district has shown incapacity to step up to a place.
Our next speaker is Deborah Trudell.
I apologize, but in order to hear everybody on the list, we need to be able to abide by the 2-minute.
Good evening, board members, staff, parents, students, and K Hayward community. My name is Deborah Trudell, and I have been a noon supervisor at Stonebray Elementary for 11 years now. I am here tonight to lend support to my fellow noon supervisors and to talk about unfair wages, health benefits, etc. But I mainly want to express how upset I am at the lack of support, care, thought for our well-being by this district. It is inhumane. When you are breaking ed code, you are breaking laws. The amount of work we are given and the amount of daily stress lately is making all of us sick. We are developing health conditions, chronic injuries, hearing loss. The list is actually endless. And we have no support, no benefits to cover medical costs. $17 is not enough to cover co-pays, medications, physical therapy, doctor visits, especially since most of us don't have decent health insurance or any health insurance. If we do, it's because of our spouses, Medi-Cal, clinics, etc. And with the current climate of this country, even that will likely disappear soon. We need you, the district, to support us. We need the increase in pay. We need benefits to support our health so we can support our students, staff, and community. We also need consistent hours so we can give proper support to our sites. We need subs to cover us and more noon supervisors to balance out ratios, noon supervisors to students. We know there is money hiding in the budget somewhere. If previous administrators found it and took off, you can also find it and support the noon supervisors, the backbones of your schools. We need your support. We need you to figure this out. We are going to figure it out for you. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Jessica Ayala. We are the new supervisor who ensure that all the students in elementary schools across the school district have an opportunity to eat their lunch and play safety every day in school. We are the ones who, during the COVID pandemic, worked on the front lines, distributing meals and instructional materials for students to use during distance learning. When the students returned to school, we were the ones monitoring the tents, taking care of the sick students until their parents could pick up them. We are the parents of HUSD former students, and we are active members of the school community. Many of us come from different parts of the world, are learning English alongside our students. We are your partners in educating the whole child, and we are also the lowest paid members of this school district. For many years, we have pursued joining a union. We knew that if we had the backing of a union, our working condition will improve. We are now in the chapter of SEIU, and we are proposing better wages, recognition, and compensation for longevity for all of 89 of us. Currently, we're making 76 per hour, and most of us around 15 hours a week. Your bargaining team has denied our proposal. You drive the negotiation. We have been told that you neither approve fair wages nor recognize our years of service. Board members, our proposal is not a financial burden. It is a matter of labor justice. We come before you to reconsider your response to our good faith bargaining. Please let us learn more about the requests we are making. We need the district to show the same respect you show other labor partners. We are sharing our contact information with you respectfully. We collect some signatures and we have a petition letter. Ms. Maria?
The next two speakers I have are Emily McCaig and Jovita Mirlis. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Emily. I've been a student in HUSD my entire life, recently graduated, go Farmers, and a child of a noon supervisor. One that often has 400 kids under only her supervision. That is illegal. One adult to 400 kids. As someone who works with kids, I can confidently say no one is capable of containing that many children on their own. Also, $17.76 an hour is not enough, especially since they get minimal hours a day. Newsflash, students are at school the entire day, so they need supervision the entire day, which means noon supervisors need full hours. If you truly want the kids to be safe, give the sites the noon supervisors that they need. Give them the pay that they deserve and the hours to provide supervision to the students. If you truly care about the safety of the students, provide them with this adequate supervision. That means more noon supervisors, more hours, more pay, and benefits. Give parents a reason to trust you. Without this, why should parents trust you with the safety of their children? Listen to the noon supervisors. They know more about what their schools need. The current conditions are unsafe, unethical, borderline illegal, and flat out wrong. It's time you treat them like the human beings that they are and give them the full hours, the raise they so desperately need, more noon supervisor per site, benefits, and support. If you truly want kids to be safe, as you so claim, provide them with the supervision that guarantees that. Otherwise, parents would have no reason to trust the Hayward Unified School District with the safety of their children. Give them a reason to trust you, because I'm not seeing one currently. Thank you.
Good evening, members of the board and superintendent. My name is Jovita Mireles, and I'm a teacher at Schaefer Park Elementary here in Hayward Unified. I am speaking as a concerned educator and community member. Just want to mention that I was made in Hayward. I went to Hayward High, graduated, went to UC Davis, and now I'm teaching here at Hayward. So please pardon me that I'm a little nervous. I never do this. I'd like to express my support for our yard supervisors. Ever since I got hired at Schaefer Park, they've been extremely welcoming to me and my family. I want to express my support for them and the staff who ensure our students are safe, supervised, and supported throughout the day. Their work is essential to maintaining a positive school climate and preventing incidents before they happen. I respectfully ask that the district consider not only a pay increase for our yard supervisors, but also recognize their seniority and experience and establish consistent guaranteed hours moving forward. These steps would bring fairness, stability, and dignity to the people who play such a critical role in our students' daily lives, my daughter included. She is 6 years old at Schaefer Park. I also acknowledge that the board has very challenging decisions to make. And I just ask that wherever possible, your colleagues deserve what can be allocated to them. Thank you.
That concludes our in-person speakers. It looks like I have 10 online speakers. I only had 5 a minute ago. Okay, so the first one is Maria Del Carmen. Maria, you've been unmuted. Go ahead.
Hi, yes, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Go ahead.
Okay, hi, this is Maria del Carmen. I know that, you guys, new supervisors, you know that I totally am with you guys and I hope you get more hours and more pay, but I'm going to try to keep this as positive today as I possibly can. So, I'd like to take a moment to express my heartfelt gratitude to our Martin Luther King Middle School Principal, Mr. Daniels, and our family engagement specialist, Ms. Wandra Williams, because after many years without a PTSA, Parent Teacher Student Association, their dedication and support have been the driving force behind bringing it back to life. Principal Daniels has been truly instrumental in helping us get started. His leadership and encouragement have motivated us every step of the way, and Ms. Wandra Williams has been such a wonderful guide, supporting us through the entire process with patience and care. We truly could not have done this without them. I would also congratulate and recognize our brand new PTSA committee. I'm honored to serve as president alongside an incredible team. Lisa, our vice president, Rochelle, our treasurer, Jennifer, our secretary, Joanne, our historian, and Scott, our financial reviewer, and the only father on our committee. Working with this amazing group has been such a privilege and an eye-opening experience. I have learned just how much dedication, teamwork, and effort it takes to build a PTSA from the ground up. Together, we're committed to serving our students, families, and school community, and to building a strong foundation for the years ahead. Thank you again, Principal Daniel, Ms. Wandra Williams, and our entire PTSA team for helping make this possible. And this is hard work. So I hope and I pray that whoever goes after my 2 years in King can please keep the PTSA going. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Joanne Guzman. Joanne, you've been unmuted. Joanne, are you there?
Yes.
Hi.
Hi, my name is Joanne Guzman, and I'm the PTA president at Southgate Elementary. On October 17th, we hosted our Southgate Fall Festival, and it was truly something special. We welcomed about 700 people from our school community with families, teachers, and students all coming together to celebrate and connect. You could really feel the sense of joy and togetherness in the air. I want to give a heartfelt thank you to Martin Luther King Jr. Middle School, Ochoa Middle School, Mount Eden High School, and Tennyson High School for partnering with us. Together, we had over 50 student volunteers who helped the event run smoothly. Watching HUSD students of all ages step up to support younger kids was incredible. I feel so honored that we can create opportunities for our youth to grow, lead, and feel proud of their community. I also want to thank my PTA board for doing a phenomenal job working together to make this event a success. Their dedication and teamwork brought everything to life, and I'm so proud of what we accomplished together. A special thank you as well to the community organizations who joined our resource fair. Joana Guerra with La Familia, Cynthia Butler with Clean Water Program, and the Hayward Fire Department for spending time with our families and sharing valuable resources that strengthen our community. And finally, something I'm especially proud of, just like Maria del Carmen mentioned, Mr. Daniels and Wandra Wilson are family engagement specialists at MLK, and a dedicated group of parents, including myself, Lisa Corrales, Maria del Carmen, Eduardo Picasso, Jennifer Jackowitz, Rochelle Baltazar, and Scott McCormick. We officially founded the new MLK PTSA yesterday, the first in more than 20 years. It's an exciting new chapter of family engagement, and we're so proud to see another school reestablish a space. Thank you.
Your next speaker is Kim Steffen. Go ahead, Kim.
Good evening, Board, Superintendent, Hayward Community. I'm here tonight because our principal at Cherryland has sent numerous emails and text messages to district officials regarding the ongoing conditions at our school. And we have yet to receive meaningful responses or any response for that matter, and no action has been taken. On multiple nights, our campus has been completely left open and not locked down by district administration when there has been no night custodian on site. There is a serious safety concern. This is a serious safety concern for not only our staff who come in early in the morning along with our custodian, but our students and our school property. It is unacceptable for any school to be left unsecured and open overnight. In addition, the lack of consistent custodial coverage has created unsanitary conditions throughout our campus. Classrooms, student restrooms, including staff restrooms, and common areas are not being properly cleaned and sanitized and maintained. As a result, we now have growing issues with critters and pests, cockroaches and mice to be exact. This is not only unhealthy, it's demoralizing for those of us who come to work every day trying to create a safe and welcoming learning environment for our students. What does it take to get our emails and messages acknowledged? And more importantly, to get results. We are not asking for anything extraordinary, just a clean, safe, and secure school for our students and staff. It's time for the district to prioritize this issue, communicate with the admin, and ensure that our school is being properly cleaned, cared for, and locked down each night. Thank you.
Point of order, I would like to have Mine's working.
Hers works.
Yeah.
Mine's now red.
Oh, yours might be work. Did it restart?
Yeah. Oh.
What's that? Okay.
Oh my God. Maybe it just needs to be next to you.
Okay, there's a few technical difficulties for those who are watching online. This is Sarah Prada, Vice President of the Hayward School Board, and I was calling a point of order to the last comment and directing my comment to our superintendent. Can we get a follow-up in the loop on this? I know this is something that all of the trustees have been following through email, and so can we get an update on the situation at Cherryland? Here you go.
Yes, we can follow up on that one, the last concern.
And take a recess and fix this. We're gonna need staff to answer questions.
Well, it's working.
It's working, so we can continue with public how many more public comments do we have online?
I have 8 more.
Okay, so we will try to continue and see what happens. Thank you.
Okay, great. Our next speaker is Teresa Rutherford. You can go ahead and unmute now. There you go.
Hi, good evening, everyone.
Sorry, Teresa.
Oh, sorry.
You can start over. Please start over.
Okay, thank you. Good evening, everyone. My name is Teresita, and I'm the attendance clerk at Glassbrook. At the last board meeting, you heard AOD President Daisy Bates speak about the safety issues at Glassbrook. At the time, the number of break-ins was 6. Since then, we have had our 7th break-in. 7th, in only the first few months of school. This most recent break-in was especially alarming as they were able to get in with very limited damage. They didn't even have to struggle much. Our alarm system failed, leaving our campus vulnerable once again. What's even more frustrating is that these concerns aren't new. Since before the start of the school year, our principal has been reaching out to the district repeatedly, requesting assistance, and yet those calls for help have seemingly gone unanswered. I understand that I might not be privy to the conversations being had, but with all due respect, if there's a safety plan being organized, it is unacceptably slow. It is unfair to our students to come to a school in a space where basic safety is not guaranteed. Our staff shows up every day committed to fostering a healthy and safe environment for our students to grow, be curious, get creative, and just be kids. But how can we focus on elevating our students academically, emotionally, and physically when we can't even ensure that their school is secure at night? We need real deterrence, a reliable alarm system, and visible district support, not just in words, but in action. The safety of our students and staff must be treated as a priority, not as an afterthought. Thank you for your time and for listening, not just to our frustration, but to our call for urgent action.
Superintendent, I know you did a visit to Glassbrook recently. If we can get it in the loop regarding the plan for Glassbrook would be great.
We can send an update in the loop.
Our next speaker is Lauren's iPhone. Lauren, you've been unmuted. I have a hand raised from
Oh, there
Lauren's
it is.
iPhone.
Yes.
There you go.
Thank
Hi.
you. Thank you. I had to
Go ahead.
accept it. Thank you for the opportunity, you all. My name is Lauren Nails. I'm an HUSD parent. Not to hold much time, just my main concern is the disappearance of our African American programs and the forecasting of it pertaining to the budget with FEEP for our FEEP calendar. Throughout the feeder pattern, it seems as though things are a little stagnant. And if we can get the support of the district to release the funds and budget codes to our family engagement specialists, our principals, those in line, in order for us to move.
It looks like she dropped off completely. Let's see.
Miss Lauren, if you can call back, we have another public comment at the end of the evening, and we will take note and make sure that you are heard.
Okay, next speaker is Jonathan Delgado. Jonathan Delgado, you have been unmuted.
Hi, good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Go ahead, please.
Okay, my name is Jonathan Delgado, and I'm a parent of a Glassbrook student. And the past few years, the supervisors they've been so good to my kids over, between 8 to 10 years. They are multitasking pretty much every day. They are running. They are, taking care of the kids. They are doing a lot of work, and it's a lot of work for them. And the only thing I'm asking, to get a better pay for them and, better treatment. Also, what I was hearing about those break-ins, I need to get all of you on the next few days because, to be honest, I only see, or I can see there, Mr. Buffetti and Sara Prada. The rest of you, it's been a long time. And I need to see you more often there because this thing is not getting right, and this thing is getting old. We need a new Glassbrook. Right now, we know the past the measure H or M, wherever, and we need to build the new Glassbrook. We are waiting for so long, and enough is enough. We are tired. This thing is getting worse and worse and worse. Please, this time, help us. If you don't want to help us with your heart, it's fine. But do it as a business. Treat your customers right. because the kids are your customers. Please help us. Thank you so much.
And I just want to do a follow-up point of order just to make sure that we have an in the loop. I know with Glassbrook, we have a large population of Central American students. I'm sorry. At that school, and a lot of high anxiety happening right now, and a lack of playground. And I know that a lot of our staff has been trying to de-escalate the anxiety and stress through play. And so, and I'm just saying this because I have been able to talk to Mr. Delgado. So if we could just have you look into, maybe we can do a visit and possibly have an update for the rest of the trustees in the loop in the next couple of weeks. Thank you.
The next speaker I have is Eduardo Picasso. Eduardo, you've been unmuted.
Hello, my name is Eduardo Picasso. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Hello, my name is Eduardo Picasso. I am a family engagement specialist, now both at Southgate Elementary and Eden Gardens Elementary. A shout out to our PTA at Southgate for an amazing fall festival. Shout out to our PTSA that we just established at King Middle School. And shout out to Eden Gardens for raising $30,000 on our first annual fun run. So kudos to all this positive activity going on in our school district. I did want to piggyback on some of the things that were said earlier. I am in full support of our noon supervisors getting a justifiable pay wage, an increase in hours, and more support. When we talk about first contact with students, noon supervisors are just that. Noon supervisors are more than just noon supervisors who watch the students play on the yard. They also help whenever a child gets injured. They are the front line, and most of the time, they are the same people that are giving our children counseling. Maybe not to the level of our professional counselors, but more often than not, I've seen students go to the noon supervisors, and the noon supervisors just have this kindness in their heart, and the way that they're able to emphasize and have empathy for these students is unbelievable. One of our noon supervisors at Southgate Elementary goes by Grandma. Why? Because all of the students see her as a grandmother. Please take into consideration the hard work and dedication that these noon supervisors give to our students. They are first contact. They are first responders. They are out there on the field, on the ground. So please, 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 let's show some support to our new supervisors. I stand behind them. Thank you for your time.
Our next speaker on Zoom, it says Motorola Moto G. Motorola Moto G. Are you there? Okay, I'll move on. Next one is Ruby Picasso. Ruby, you've been unmuted. Ruby?
Hear me?
Yes, I can. Go ahead, Ruby. Ruby, are you there? Okay, Ruby, if you come back, I'll bring you back. Oh, there she is. Let's see. Ruby, are you there? You have to unmute yourself. There you go.
Hello, my name is Ruby Picasso, and I wanted to support our noon supervisors. I am a 6th grade student at Southgate, and our noon supervisors deserve a raise. They are responsible for our safety and well-being. Please consider giving them what they deserve. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ruby. Our next speaker is Dana Adcock. Dana, you've been unmuted. Dana Adcock. Okay, moving along, I have Rosemary Vasquez.
Good evening. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. Good evening, board and everybody present online and in person. My name is Rosemary Vasquez. I'm the Family Engagement Specialist at Cherryland Elementary, and I am in full support for our new supervisors to receive the treatment and support from HUSD that they deserve. I've seen firsthand in my many years in the district how a well-trained, well-treated new supervisor can provide to our school and to our students. When we talk about wages, yes, money is important, but it is important to be acknowledged. That comes with hours, that comes with training, that comes with the support from the administration and the district. So I believe that although they are asking for better wages, and they should, and for benefits, as they should, I will add training. Good heart only goes so far. Right now, we are dealing with a lot out there in the yard. Some schools are putting money from school site council, from community schools, from different venues for training in our yard, for training during the recess. And they're spending money on which it can put it on to the new supervisors so they themselves are able to provide those supports because they are there already. Also, in my school, we almost have 150 something students, and there's 5 new supervisors, which are not all at the same time. So the ratio is not safe. It's not good. So please listen and do the right thing. Thank you. Have a wonderful evening.
Our next speaker is Chris Lopez. Chris, you've been unmuted. Chris Lopez.
Hola, ¿me pueden escuchar?
Yes, can hear you.
Mi nombre es Cristian López. Vengo representando la mesa de DILAC y estoy hablando a voz de nuestros supervisores de mediodía. También soy parte de la escuela Eden Garden. Tengo mi niño ahí y una niña en Ochoa. Creo que su trabajo es sumamente importante porque sin ellos no tendríamos la posibilidad de nosotros como padres asistir a estas reuniones, en mi caso DILAC, porque aún teniendo este espacio para el cuidado de nuestros niños, nosotros nos sentimos libres de atender y obtener información de estas reuniones y estamos tranquilos de que las personas que están ahí están capacitadas para el cuidado de nuestros niños. Entonces, si ellos están exigiendo que se aumente su sueldo y se respeten sus derechos, darles sus aseguranzas médicas, dentales, creo que es una buena oportunidad para ayudarles y brindarles como distrito lo que ellos necesitan. Porque si lo importante en el distrito son nuestros niños, tenemos que brindarles a los que están directamente relacionados con ellos. Y en este caso son los supervisores de mediodía. Hay que atender sus necesidades si queremos que nuestros niños estén sanos y estén completamente recibiendo el apoyo que ellos necesitan. Gracias.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Christian Lopez. I'm a mother in the district, and I'm also a DLAC representative. I'm here to support the new supervisors. These people are part of our community, and we have to support them. I have a child at Eden Gardens and another one at Ochoa. The new supervisors are very important for me as a mother. Without them, I would not be able to attend the meetings that I need to go to. I have to have the peace of mind that my children are well taken care of. And this is where the new supervisors come to question. These are very important people. They do a great job, and we need to give them adequate support. They need a better pay, and they need healthcare and benefits. So please go ahead, do whatever you can to come up with a solution, because we really need the new supervisors in all our schools so we can have the peace of mind that our children are well taken care of. Thank you.
Okay, the next speaker I have again is Motorola Moto G. You've been unmuted. You have to unmute yourself in order to speak.
For me?
There you go. Yes, I can hear you.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Oh, okay. Hi, good evening. This is Araceli Orozco. I'm using another phone here, but I just wanted to call in. I wish I could be there and advocate personally for our new supervisors, but unfortunately, my mother is in the hospital. But she was telling me, and I guess I get this from her because she was telling me, no, mija, you have to go and advocate. And that's what I saw from her since I was a little girl, always advocating for the students. And I guess that's that's one of my biggest passion, to make sure that the parents have the necessary tools so that they could be able to advocate for their children. But now in this case, the reason that I'm calling is to advocate for our noon supervisors. These are folks and their parents that have kids in their schools. Not only that, but if it wasn't, for them, Christian did bring up a good point. If it wasn't for them, all the meetings that we attend, as meetings, DLAC meetings, where we have childcare, they're the ones that take care of our children while we are getting informed. So we need these people, and it's not fair for everybody to have like a title, and these folks are not even recognized as classified staff. So that's just, to me, that just proves that, that we're not really taking care of the people that have direct contact with our children, that we're not really taking them serious. We have a lot of them that are been working for the last more than 20 years, and they don't, and the district doesn't want to recognize that, time and seniority. It should be, that's shame. That's a really, truly that.
Our next speaker is Dulce Acevedo. Dulce, you've been unmuted.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Go ahead.
Hi, my name is Dulce Acevedo. I'm a sixth grade bilingual teacher at Cherryland. I've been there for 12 years. I'm here to speak on behalf of the noon duty supervisors. They're a huge asset to our school. As it was mentioned before, our school is really large, almost 900 students. They do a lot more than what is on their job description. They not only supervise students on the yard for safety, but they often help students who might be dysregulated or having a crisis in different parts of the day. And they're doing things that they aren't necessarily trained for. And for all of the extra things they do, they really do deserve better pay, more hours, and schools shouldn't have to be dipping into other resources in order to make our school function safely. And I know that's what our school has been trying to do, but we support them 100%. And I hope that the district could recognize, as many other schools have mentioned, the hard work and the amazing people that they are to our students and to us. And as we know, a lot of the things that happen where children are having issues is on the yard. It's not always in our classrooms where bullying or conflicts arise. A lot of times it's on the yard, and the noon duties are there to help. But there's not enough of them at our school, and there's not enough time that they're paid for. So they deserve better pay, more recognition, and acknowledgement for their hard work. And thank you.
Next one is Dana Adcock. Dana, you've been unmuted.
Thank you. Good evening, members of the board. My name is Dana Adcock, and my husband and I are proud parents of Abby, a 10-year-old student at Twin Oaks Montessori Charter School. And we're here tonight to express our deep gratitude for the extraordinary environment this school provides and our appreciation for HUSD as our authorizer. Abby joined Twin Oaks last year. Abby has Down syndrome, and like many children with developmental differences, she thrives through hands-on learning, repetition, and real-world experiences. The Montessori model offers exactly that, a place where she can explore, engage, and learn at her own pace. In her classroom, Abby is fully included academically and socially. Her teachers understand her strengths, and her classmates see her as a friend and a helper. That sense of belonging has transformed her. She's confident, curious, and excited to come to school every day. What also set Twin Oaks apart is their comprehensive student support services. Abby receives speech, occupational, and physical therapy on campus, and the therapists collaborate closely with her teachers to align her IEP goals with classroom learning. And that integration has helped her grow not just in skills, but in independence and self-esteem. The Full-Time Wellness Center is another incredible resource. It's supporting our students' emotional well-being and helping every child feel safe, seen, and supported. This is a school where inclusion isn't just a goal, but it's really a lived value. So I just want to, thank you all for your continued partnership and support, and have a good evening.
Our last speaker of the evening is Kenya Saros. Kenya, you've been unmuted. Kenya, are you there?
Hola, buenas noches.
Hi.
Hi, buenas noches. Es un gusto saludarles, la señora Fernández, a la señor presidente y a la señora Prada y el señor Carrillo. Es un placer saludarles. Soy Kenia Cerros y en esta noche quiero hablarles. Yo ya he mandado correos a ustedes y en este caso quiero tomar en cuenta esto de los supervisores de cada una de las escuelas. Nosotros tenemos que tomar en cuenta que estas personas están de primera parte ante todo. Ellos miran las actitudes y las actividades de nuestros niños. Yo como Kenia Cerros, vicepresidenta de DILAC, les expreso con mucho cariño a todos ustedes, la mesa directiva, que tomen en cuenta que cada uno de las personas que están trabajando dentro de las escuelas, ellos miran las actitudes de nuestros niños y nos expresan a nosotros los padres las dificultades que tienen los niños. Y nuestra prioridad como padre, como mesa directiva de DILAC, es la mejora de cada uno de nuestros niños. Nosotros miramos a nuestros niños como el futuro. Somos una ciudad, un condado, un país, pienso yo, de multibilingüe. Y tenemos que aprobar principalmente, apoyar a lo que es la supervisión de cada uno de nuestros niños. Y tenemos que apoyar. Yo pienso que como madre, ellos son los que están de primera parte frente a nuestros niños. Así que, por favor, apoyen, como hay pocos padres que aprobamos esta situación.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Kenia Cerros. I'm a parent at Ochoa, and I'm very happy to greet you, all of you, Ms. Wu Fernandez, Mr. Rowden, Dr. Okenda, Mr. Austin Bruckner Carrillo, Peter Buffetti, it's a pleasure to say hi to you tonight, but I want to express my concern regarding the situation with the noon supervisors. We have to consider that these people are taking care of our children, they supervise our children in the yard, and sometimes we forget how important they are. I have the pleasure of being vice president of DLAC, and we have very beautiful meetings where we talk about these issues, and we all think we need to support the new supervisors. They need better pay, they need better hours, they need benefits. And I know it's difficult, but we need to consider because these new supervisors, they are in touch with our children every day after day. And they tell us as parents when there's a problem, what challenges our children have. And that helps us as parents to work as a team because I see our children as our future, not our future as a family, our future as a community, as a city, as a state, as a country. And really, I think we need to give these people the support they need. Please do whatever you can to support the new supervisors in their needs. Thank you very much.
That concludes public comment.
Thank you, everyone, and thank you, Ms. Collier. And we are now moving back to G1, item G1, update on the budget, cash management, and the implementation of fiscal solvency plan and the Good night, student trustees.
Thanks, Ms. President, probably having folks exit the room for the benefit of 10 to 1. Can we just confirm that we'll all receive a copy of the petition?
Yes, that's as part of the protocol, you will receive that.
I apologize. So we are returning back to item G1, the last part, FICMAT, fiscal health risk analysis. We will start with staff presentation, then board questions and comments, and then public speakers on this agenda item. And I am passing it on to Ms. Nichols. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice President Prada. I'm going to be co-presenting tonight with Superintendent Wu Fernandez, so I'll get us started and then Superintendent will take over from there. Perhaps I'll keep the clicker. So actually all of the slides that I'll be presenting tonight are familiar. We've seen them before, and what I'm doing here is just laying out the groundwork for what has happened in the past several board meetings that is leading us to a place where we are going to be working through a new fiscal solvency plan in the 25-26 year. So as we've spoken about many times at this dais, one of the requirements that we have with our budget is to maintain a 3% reserve in our unrestricted ending fund. That is 3% of our total general fund expenditures. We are currently projecting to meet that requirement in the current year, but fall slightly short in next year's budget and quite a bit short, unfortunately, in our 27-28 projected budget. So on October 8th, the board adopted Resolution 252613, affirming your commitment to fiscal solvency and affirming that we will work to meet or exceed that 3% mandatory minimum reserve requirement by taking action by March 15th, 2026. So now our task is to focus on engaging our community and working to learn and listen what our community needs are so that we can develop, refine, and finalize a list of solutions. So when we think about our solutions, and again, this is a slide you've seen before, I'll go fairly quickly through it, but this is a more or less prioritized list of how we intend to identify and implement solutions. Is we will start with looking at all of our restricted funds and make sure that we are making the best use of those dollars. And if there are any opportunities to support and sustain programs in our unrestricted side, that we will consider that. We will be looking at revenue generation. We've talked briefly about the possibility of running a parcel tax or engaging in other community fundraising strategies. These are two items that weren't in the last presentation, but we're working hard by partnering with ACOE to look at ways to collect revenues by submitting for reimbursement for services that we provide to students that increase health and wellness. We're also looking at all of our surplus properties and seeing where we can potentially find ways to generate revenue. We're looking at controlling our supply and contract costs in the current and future school years. Any dollars saved now help us over the long run. Again, as I mentioned in our last meeting, we're not talking about actually making mid-year budget reductions, but we are asking everybody to be thoughtful, scrutinize their expenses, and make sure that they are appropriate and critical for supporting our students. We're going to be looking at areas where we may have discretionary extra duty compensation and look at reducing some of those costs when appropriate. Then we potentially look at staffing reductions or program or service consolidation or reductions. So again, our key task right now is to begin to speak with our community about what that will look like.
So the board in our last presentation had asked staff to bring back the list of community engagement efforts that we'll be making, as well as our staff and labor partners in terms of being part of that conversation. So next slide, you'll see a list of dates. Sorry, Amy, will you help me? A list of dates that we have for, these are specifically around, can we go back one slide, Amy? There you go. For our staff and labor partners, these are dates that we currently have anticipated. These are anticipated dates for us to be able to engage in the conversation with our labor partners and staff. Next slide, Amy. We are going to be hosting 4 town hall meetings as well to engage all of our community, including our staff and our community members. Those we hosted by feeder pattern. Anyone can go to any one of these meetings if they choose to do so. We're hosting 3 in person, 2 during the evening, 1 on a Saturday, so that we can create some additional accessibility. And to our point earlier, 1 virtual as well, so that we have an option for folks who best can access these town hall meetings virtually. Lastly, we will also be engaging our community groups. So we have community groups that meet regularly that our parents participate in. So our examples are DLAC, our acai meetings, our student board members, our special education parents. Those folks will be engaging in those conversations with those as the months unfold as well. Next slide. So before we move to the next text, I just want to invite the community to come out to the town hall meetings if you can make it out. There are several to choose from. We will be advertising these days widely and broadly so that folks can actually know the opportunities that they can engage. We are going to structure the town hall meetings in a way that gathers input both through a presentation so that we can actually talk about our state of affairs and what we're working towards together as a community. And also we'll be breaking folks into groups so that we can actually have some thoughtful conversations in smaller groups, giving additional opportunities for folks to be able to talk about things that are priorities to them in a way that their voices can be heard. A little easier than a large room format. And so we're trying to be thoughtful about how we can structure that and the way that we can hear all voices as we engage in this process. We're also recognizing we have a very diverse community, and even though we cannot provide translation and interpretation in all different languages, and because we are so diverse, we are trying to make available Mandarin, Spanish, and Farsi as the 3 primary language that we most get requested from as part of these town hall events, so that we have folks there that would be able to help communicate and support our community in the efforts. Lastly, in terms of next steps, we are going to be looking at budget solutions and information and FAQs, and those will be posted on the website and updated for the purpose of the community, so that for folks who are not able to make it to town hall meetings, there's a place for them to be able to get information. We are also looking at recording our staff virtual meeting that we'll be hosting so that our staff can actually access that as well for those who can't participate in the staff meeting. We are looking at doing a presentation of our numbers on the November 5th board meeting. You'll get another update from us in terms of our progress around the solvency process, which also includes the adjustments to the numbers that we presented, We named the fact that there was a couple items that still are kind of left hanging in terms of a final landscape of what we look like in multiple year projections. And one of that is the enrollment counts. So CBES just came and went, and the enrollment counts are going to support us and be able to forecast our budget a little bit more closely. Lastly, in terms of these agenda items, we will continue to update the board as we go at every board meeting in terms of our progress in this particular area. And lastly, the board will get the first interim financial report on December 10th in order for us to, again, update our status of where we are budget-wise. We are anticipating that we will be proposing a list of impacts to the board by January 28th, and so that is our target date to be able to look at daylighting a list so that we can talk about it as a community and as a board. That concludes our presentation.
Thank you both. And now we are moving to board questions and comments. Trustees? Yes.
Ms. Nichols, somewhere along slide 2 or 3, you were talking and you said these are things we've seen before, but here are a couple of new items. And then you said would you go over those 2 new items again? Or at least one of them, yeah.
Yes. Thank you, Trustee Rowden. The 2 items that were not on last presentation slides were the medical billing option and surplus property lease rental.
What, can you talk about the medical billing option?
Yes.
What that is exactly?
Yes, this is an exciting initiative, and what it is linked to is there are some dollars, and this is a statewide program that rolled out a couple of years ago, and there are dollars that are potentially available that for particular services that we provide to students, we would be able to submit requests for reimbursement for our costs for providing those services. Some of those reimbursements may vary and they may be defined by the state, but what it is that we would submit for reimbursement and then would be paid back dollars for doing that.
What kind of services? What is this a reimbursement for?
I'm going to actually turn that question over to our superintendent, as she did quite a lot of work in this area last year and previously.
So we do several forms of reimbursement currently, and this is actually added value to that. So currently, we get reimbursed for services that are provided that are under an order. So like services like nursing services or screening services. Transportation for our students is something that we get reimbursed for. So these are things that we currently get reimbursed for. The additional program that's coming forward that hasn't quite launched yet, but is still in development, allows us to bill for services that are rendered by for instance, our counselors who are providing counseling sessions for our students, or our folks who are supporting students to get care, like our cost specialists potentially, as different avenues of being able to recuperate funding for it. So the hours that they spent supporting students and providing those services are reimbursable under this new funding structure.
But we, like for cost services, you said, and we contract out for that, right? For cost services, right?
We do not. For our cost specialists are actually our employees that we currently have, and therefore
I don't think I knew that.
Yes, they are.
Okay. Well, and it must be a sizable amount or you wouldn't be asking for a reimbursement. So
Potentially it does have a revenue stream back to the district. It is difficult right now to estimate the cost because again, it's based on services rendered, right? So it's not like you can capture the entire salary of someone. It is actually based on the hours and dosage of services they render in order for us to be able to bill. And the billing, we do estimate there could be substantial revenue from it, but that's hard to tell until the billing actually start to flow. And for right this minute, we're in the process of getting that to up and running, but we're still not quite there yet.
okay, got it. All right, well, thank you both for your information. Thanks.
Okay, and Trustee Buckner Carrillo?
I had a different question, but I'm going to pivot. Thank you so much for the presentation. Mine's about the medical billing question. Is this the same program that's was rolled out through the County Office of Ed? And if yes, my recollection from our former superintendent was that it was shifting the staffing for who does the billing reimbursements. was the cost savings component. I was under the impression that we were currently billing for these anyway. It was just shifting around who enters and speed up the process for getting those reimbursements is how it was presented to me from my understanding.
So we have been working with the Alameda County Office of Education in terms of looking at how we can structure billing and a way that we can receive billing for this program. It's not, for this particular program, it's actually not shifting services. So there are things that are billable already through some of our existing staff. This allows us to bill for additional work that from other staff that currently, in the past could not bill before. So the dosage in terms of counseling services, for example, was something that we could not bill before and now can under this particular program. So it's not necessarily a cost-saving measure, it is a revenue generation source and potentially in terms of getting reimbursed for the dosage of services provided, but it's not shifting costs in that way.
Is that it?
I mean, I think we're going one question at a time. I will circle back with a question of when.
No, you can go ahead now. Yeah.
Okay, when could we start doing this billing? Is this a new thing?
It is a new thing, and so have been working on making sure that we have the infrastructure for it. We are close to being able to bill. However, we're in what they call cohort 2. So there was cohort 1, that was some districts that were actually starting to submit submissions of logs and services to be able to get reimbursed. We're in cohort 2. We are on the cusp of being able to bill at the moment. It does require some legwork behind the scenes, which is what's been happening for the last year. I don't know of that many districts that actually have received reimbursement back from me yet. So it is a very new program, and it's barely launching in even Alameda County at the moment.
Do any other trustees have any other questions? No? Did you? Okay, last question.
I apologize. I remember asking multiple questions our last round of reductions about phase 1 versus phase 2 of the new county program. And I believe that we were not experiencing a negative impact by being in phase 2 versus being in phase 1 is my understanding. And now I'm hearing something that seems to be different, in that by being in phase 2, we lost out on an opportunity to do reimbursement.
No, so there's no difference in terms of what you can bill, whether you're cohort 1 or cohort 2. They did select cohort 1 based on the kind of readiness of district in terms of how people have, if they have current structures that allows them to do it faster. We're in no way, shape, or form going to be losing money being cohort 2, because you can bill based on services rendered and you can actually back bill. So we're actually looking at that as options for us, but we did not losing out any opportunities by being in cohort 2.
Thank you. And moving on to Trustee Okenda.
Thank you. I do just want to thank Superintendent Chimo Fernandez. She was able to meet with the board members to go over these. So I just feel the need to say why perhaps there aren't a lot of board comments on this. We've already had an opportunity to go over it. So I just wanted to note that. Of course, all of us are deeply invested in these budget conversations, but we do a lot of prep behind the board meeting. So thank you to both of you for giving us those opportunities to take deeper dives outside of this public space. I just wanted the public to know that as well.
Okay, and before we move on to public speakers, you have one more question. Go ahead.
Question about the timeline. The first question, if we could just speak to how we're leveraging budget forum, our PTAs, our PTSAs. Will we be providing virtual options at the various dates that were listed in the 2 slides? And then my final question is, I had asked at the last meeting if there was a date when we would be able to reassure to the public the larger items that are for sure off the table. For example, school closures perhaps is one of those topics. What date might we be able to look our labor partners and our families in the eye and tell them this for sure is not something we're considering? I was hoping that would be either the November meeting, if not the December meeting.
Let me see, I can make sure I answer all your questions. So the town hall meetings that are happening are indeed open to all. So outside of the specific groups that we're meeting with, the town hall meeting actually would be one that we capture everyone in. So anyone can come from any school to any of the town hall meetings. Again, to make sure that we have a virtual option, we did create one day that was virtual. It's just structured exactly the same as the in-person meeting, so there's no difference in terms of both the presentation and the way that we're structuring the meeting. It just provides a different option for folks who may not be as accessible in terms of going to meetings in person. And the other two, again, is done, there's two done in the evenings for the ease of public to be able to get to it, and one on Saturday. So we're hoping the variety of dates will be really helpful for folks to be able to access it in different ways. In terms of items, large items, and small, we have committed to the board that we will be bringing items forward on January 28th. I am concerned about making a commitment in terms of what's on a table, off the table, because I think that's the purpose of the listening sessions, is for us to actually be able to hear from our public and then take the data and be able to be thoughtful around what recommendations we are making. So at this point, I'm not sure that I can commit to almost a pre-list before the list is daylighted, because it's going to take probably all the month of November and most of the month of December to get through the public discussions that we're about to have, to be able to be thoughtful about the list that we will be recommending in January.
Thank you for that. Last year, the presentations that our former superintendent gave to the public said definitively we were not considering school closures. The initial round of town halls that were done, I was hoping that we would be able to provide a list to our community of whether or not we are considering school closures. That's a huge topic, and to roll that out in January and to keep that floating out there that that's something that is or is not on the table does not sit right with me, especially because we're talking for the next school year. So I would really, as one of five, my strongest preference is the November meeting. You're able to identify if school closures are part of the plan that you'll be presenting or not. And if not at the November meeting, I would like to see it at December. I'd also asked about the incorporation for budget forum and our PTAs and PSAs, or PTAs and PTSAs. If you can just speak to, I didn't see them on the schedule. I understand they're welcome to attend, but I didn't see a specific, we're going to budget forum this date, this date, this date.
So we can certainly include budget forum as one of the meetings that we can have some discussions around the budget. However, I'm not sure that we can get to every PTA across the district. And so I'm going to encourage those folks to come to the community meetings, just because I think there is a capacity constraint that we're working with. These are quite a few meetings that we're trying to cover. And so while I would love to do one for every group that we have across the district, I think that'd be difficult for us to do that. So in light of that, I will encourage folks to attend the meetings that we have for all parents, and so that we can capture their voice. But it's a capacity issue, not a want issue, that we're dealing with at the moment.
Thank you. I hear you, and I understand, the urgency. And we're all looking at this timeline, and, we have a lot of PTSD from the previous year. I think, at least my preference is that we hear as much from our community labor partners, that, you guys go out and capture as much voice, data, and that when you do come back on the January 28th, that both our community, our labor partners, and our board feel like you did a really good job capturing the voice. If that means, we don't have that solid list until the 28th, I just want to make sure that they do a good job capturing all of that and everything. I don't want to rush. But I also understand that you are expecting a decision in February from the board.
So we are hoping to look at the recommendations on the 28th of January. the board will have another opportunity to have conversations about that in the first February board meeting. We are looking for the board to make a decision on the solvency plan, the second February board meeting, which is the last board meeting in February. And that's kind of our timeline at the moment that we're recommending.
And per the last board meeting, we also discussed publicly that there may be an option for a January 7th meeting with Trustee Rowden being virtual but in attendance, and the rest of the trustees here in person. That would give us 3 January meetings with the list coming on the 28th. We haven't completely polled yet, but that was something that was discussed in the public meeting at the last. So I want, the public to know, and I want, the trustees to be assured that, we have the option to increase our January meeting so that we have January 7th, 14th, and 28th. And don't quote me because I just said that off the top of my head, but I'm pretty sure that's what the dates that we.
Yeah, so we have sent out a poll for the board for the January 7th board meeting. I'm happy to present the results of the board agenda prep that we have to see if that's a viable date for us to consider.
Go ahead.
Some multi-part question both times, so perhaps it was missed. I apologize. Budget forum. I didn't see budget forum on the list.
So I think you brought that up a little earlier in the evening. So we're fine that we can add that to the list of where we can talk about the budget as well. So we can certainly add that to the list of meetings that we have.
And I think there's a November 7th, 14th meeting for budget forum coming up.
I think it's the 13th.
13th?
Right about there. Yeah.
Okay. Great. Thank you so much. We are now going to go to public comments on this item.
Okay, I have 2 in-person speakers and 1 hand raised online. Our 2 speakers are Mercedes Farage and then Daisy Bates.
We're usually silent, Daisy and I. Mercedes Farage, president of the Hayward Education Association. My notes are a little scattered, but I'll start with the word of projected. These are projections going into numbers, and we would be remiss if we didn't remind folks about that. And so taking actions on projections is, while it is the norm, it is a very dangerous trend unless you've done your homework and you really have an analysis of the budget. In terms of explicit actions, I think we need to review what was done, what the cuts were, and the impact of those cuts on the school site. You heard about Cherryland tonight with mice running through. What is that a result of? And other impacts as well. You talk about, well, we're all going to be very mindful of what we're spending and how we're doing things. You have to be more than just mindful. You have to put caps on spending. You have to have criteria, processes that say, before I spend something, here's my checklist. And I'm turning it into people before I do that. Otherwise, nobody's going to be able to hold anybody accountable because I was mindful. It just was a different definition of yours. Also, in terms of the budget forum, I appreciate the push on that. We do need to be included on that. You have a lot of good folks at that table, including purchasing folks from AOD. The calendar, finally, January 7th would be a fine day to include. That happens to be my birthday, and I would expect a gift and generosity and no staffing reductions. Thank you very much.
She beat me this time. So Daisy Bates, AOD president, and I want to appreciate the inquisitive minds of this board that even though you have your own agreements about asking questions in private or whenever it is that you meet and ask your questions, that you have the audacity to bring those questions right here on this floor so your constituents will know that you are working on this, that you are thinking of us when you are asking those questions that are relevant to the solvency of our district, our fiscal solvency. So with that being said, I want you to be mindful and perhaps create another survey. The more I think about the survey that you had last year, how user unfriendly it was, that we have some other tool in which you don't put AOD members with the district office, so you can slash all the AOD members from the district office and kept top heavy. Because when families click that, they've thought about top heavy, not AOD members. So think about that and see if it's possible still to have, you have plenty of administration here still, top heavy, that can create a more user-friendly survey. Also, I didn't see much about low enrollment. I was told that 200 students we haven't enrolled, 200 students were missing, but I want to make sure the community knows that it's more than 200. That is 330 because we're not counting the TK students that they're now in another districts. I just heard the good news about Castro Valley. They have increased their enrollment. Guess what? Hayward students are over there. Our TKs are over there. So those are the things that need to be very transparent. We need to recognize that we need a lot of work to do.
We have actually 3 online speakers now. The first one is Maria Del Carmen. Maria, go ahead.
Hi, yes, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay. Hi, this is Maria del Carmen Espinosa. And I would like to say I appreciate Mr. Bruckner Carrillo's constant questions and commitment to getting real answers. The fact that these conversations keep coming up shows the issue still hasn't been resolved. So, Mr. Bruckner, continue to ask all the questions you want. Even if some people don't appreciate it, we, the public, do. So thank you, Mr. Carrillo. And why were there new hires made for the district office over the summer, yet no action taken to support the new supervisors? The very people who work directly with our students every single day. These are the individuals who keep our schools running safely and smoothly. And let's not forget, it's our students who keep this district running. They are the reason every employee here has a job and the reason the bills get paid. Without our children, the students, none of you would be here. So it's time to prioritize the people who are closest to our students and not overlook them. Thank you. I yield my time.
Next speaker is Rosemary Vasquez. Let me see here. Rosemary, you've been unmuted. Go ahead.
Thank you very much. Again, my name is Rosemary Vasquez. I'm a family engagement specialist at Cherryland Elementary. And I will, just like Daisy mentioned, I will beg for you to be more mindful on how we are approaching our families. If we're going to ask them to give us their opinion in person, some of them cannot attend to any of them. I know for a fact that over 70% of my families have more than 2 jobs, weekends. They sell food on the street. They do whatever it takes. And so sometimes it is very difficult to attend to any of them. As much as we give opportunities, they're not necessarily available for them to go. Also, it's the fear of being outside or being in congregation. Also, it is because ICE activity is coming up on the rise. So people don't want to congregate for fear of, being detained, etc. So with that in mind, if we're going to do a survey, please, I beg you to make a better job. The survey before, it was hasty. It was done. I celebrate that it was done, but I do mind you that it needs to be done better. Our families were a little lost. And then also here we are, the army that you have in the family engagement specialists, please make use of us. We are talking about our jobs as well. We are an intricate part. We can pass the word. We can make sure that the families are aware of what you need in order for you to do your job. So use us. We are here to support all of us. It is in our best interest. But not only that, in my case, it's in my heart. I live and breathe Hayward Unified School District in my community. Thank you.
Next speaker is Lauren's iPhone. Lauren, you've been unmuted.
Hi, I'm just first, let me confirm that I'm in the right place and space to question the availability for FEEP.
Hi, Lauren. We have one more public
Section,
comment
technically?
section.
Okay.
Yeah.
Can you please
And
trigger me and let me
yeah,
know when?
yes,
Much
yes.
appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you
I'm
for
done.
calling back.
Lauren, I already lowered your hand, so please raise it again. I'll just make sure that I call you on the next item.
Trustee Prada, is there, since she was cut off before, is it possible to just make an exception for her because it's going to be late, I think, till she can come back.
Definitely.
I
You
second
can,
that, yeah.
right. So can you make sure that she's available right now? And she was speaking to the first public comment.
Lauren, you've been unmuted. Did you want to continue your public comment? You were cut off before.
I so appreciate you guys for that exception. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. My question is in regards to the FEEP budget. The availability of it, is there a forecast in order for us to start our planning for the year, considering time is becoming a little more restricted? That's a question. Oh, I'm sorry.
We can't respond to public comment, but you can we pause our time real quick? Yes, so with public comment, you have 2 minutes to speak to the governance team. And if you want any follow-up, our superintendent can follow up with you. And our email for contacting our superintendent. What is it?
I would have made it here.
I would also reiterate that at the beginning of every meeting, we read something that says that we expect our superintendent and staff to follow up. And so if that is not occurring, we can start, but I believe it is occurring. And so the superintendent will follow up regarding the issue as appropriate.
Much
As
appreciated.
long as we captured her information and everything, so we can circle back, have our superintendent circle back to you.
Okay.
You have like 48 seconds. So if you want to continue your comment, you can.
I'll move forward. Thank you.
Okay, our next speaker is Eduardo Picasso. Eduardo, you have been unmuted.
Hello, my name is Eduardo Picasso, FES at Eden Gardens and Southgate Elementary, and a proud parent of 3 in our district, 1 at every school level. Anyhow, I'd like to just thank Mr. Bruckner Carrillo for his comment. Thinking about our communities, thinking about the possibility of school closures. If this is a road that we decide to go down, I think the families of those schools that we may be considering need to know sooner than later, because it is a huge shift for them to plan for the future, which schools that they will be feeding into. So these are very large discussions. They're very large life changing, life altering decisions that may or may not have to be made. That'll be a decision that I believe the board will make a good decision on. Anyhow, I also wanted to speak to the family engagement specialist positions, to the attendance clerk positions, to the AOD positions. Last year we were on pins and needles worried about our positions, and here we are again, with the same concerns. I did want to emphasize that I've mentioned to many of the board members as well as other staff that family engagement specialist, regardless of what site they are located at, should be utilized in ways that we can increase enrollment. I've asked, why are we not asked, or why isn't a part of our job description maybe to go and table at some of these community festivals, right, at the downtown Hayward street parties, and really engage with parents? Why don't we do exit surveys when we lose students to charter schools? Why are we not asking these parents, what is it about these charter schools that are, grabbing our attention? So please utilize us rather than cutting us. Utilize us to the best of our ability. Thank you.
Next speaker is Joanne Guzman. Joanne, you've been unmuted.
I'd like to make a public comment regarding attendance. First, I want to thank the district for the efforts made to educate families about their rights and provide resources that support our community. Those efforts are deeply appreciated, especially during times like this. With the recent increase in ICE activity, many families are experiencing heightened fear and uncertainty. This may lead to an increase in absence as parents keep their children home to protect them. These absences not only affect student academic progress and emotional well-being, but they also impact the district's funding. I'd like to ask what steps the district can take to help mitigate this issue and support families who are struggling under these circumstances. Could the district explore a temporary hybrid distant learning option for students affected by immigration-related challenges? This would allow students to continue their education safely while helping the district retain attendance-based funding. Thank you again for your continued commitment to keeping our communities informed and supported. I yield my time.
Okay, last speaker, I have Kenya Saros. Kenya, you are unmuted.
Hola, buenas noches nuevamente.
We can hear you. Go ahead.
Ok. Buenas noches, compañeros, estimado mesa directiva, señora Wayne Fernández y toda la mesa. Quiero darles las gracias antemano yo sé que California es un estado santuario principalmente para los inmigrantes, principalmente. Como parte de la mesa directiva de DILEC, les agradezco por parte de todos los estudiantes inmigrantes que habemos en este país, de que forman parte de poder apoyar a nuestros estudiantes inmigrantes. Ante todo, quiero solicitarles que tomen en cuenta siempre el apoyo de nuestra comunidad latina. Ante todo, quiero indicarles que sé que hay un presupuesto limitado, ante todo, pero si hay un presupuesto limitado, ante todo, ¿por qué motivo se siguen haciendo contrataciones de personal? Y sabemos muy bien que tenemos que mantener un presupuesto, tenemos que mantener a nuestro personal actual dentro del presupuesto que ustedes tienen. ¿Por qué motivo no mantienen ustedes como mesa directiva y usted como señora superintendente, mantener siempre los puestos actuales que tenemos? Mantengamos siempre la empatía ante nuestros estudiantes y nuestro personal latino y no latino. Latino personalmente. Entonces quiero que tomen en cuenta de que dentro del presupuesto tomar en cuenta el personal que tienen dentro de las escuelas. Gracias. Un besito.
Will Fernandez, thank you, first of all, for having California as a sanctuary, for having the district as a sanctuary district in California. On behalf of all students in the country, I thank you. What I want is to be able to continue your support of the population, of the Latino population. There's a limited budget, staff limitations, but when we got keep hiring new staff, why don't we just commit to keeping our current staff? Why don't you commit as a board and as a superintendent to keeping the current staff, That way we can show empathy not only to the students, but to the staff. Support not only to the Latino, but to the non-Latino students and staff. And commit to this, that we can commit to showing consideration. Thank you and kisses.
No more comments.
All right, thank you very much. We are now moving to G2, Systemic Instructional Review. Sir, the quarterly update. This will start with staff presentation, board questions and comments, and then public speakers.
Good evening, Board of Education. I am going to present the quarterly update for our systemic instructional review work. This presentation includes our work from August to just yesterday. All right. It looks like July through just yesterday. So the purpose of this report is to ensure that we keep you informed on progress that we're making within the working group teams. The purpose of our improvement work is to have a collaborative process to improve our district systems and better outcomes for our students. This work is supported by our Alameda County Office of Education, as well as our district in general. We have a big focus on ensuring that we have coherence, alignment, and continuous improvement within the district. And then the goal is to, if we work together, if we think about the strategies and do some trials, we will strengthen our instructional practices, equity across our environment, and organizational systems to improve student outcomes and achievement. Oops. And just to center us into the work, we are in differentiated assistance because we have shown lack of progress in 2 or more areas on the dashboard. So some of our student groups that have not shown the growth are our English learners, our homeless students, our long-term English learners, our students with disabilities, as well as our African American students. And you probably recognize some of these groups as we've talked about them in multiple areas, and we do have multiple plans within our district to support our students and staff with either instructional supports or building capacity, professional learning. We engaged in a systemic instructional review in 24-25. We had the results, and last school year, we prioritized the 17 findings down to these 3 focus areas, and that's where the work began. So we worked with our different labor partners, our different community members, our different educational partners in prioritizing down to these 3 areas, which include professional learning, building out our assessment package so we know where our students are and we can drive our instruction based on where they are, as well as ensuring that the district is using student data to drive our programming and driving the opportunities that we engage in for our students. So being informed and not just picking out the best and latest and greatest ideas. The work since last year included building the foundation within the district. We spent 6 meetings last school year with our administrators, as well as some of our labor teams, ensuring that we had an understanding of the priorities, ensuring we did some root cause analysis of some of the reasons why these systems are failing, and really taking an honest look at what we have in place. These were the goals from last year, and we feel like we were able to achieve many of them. We did have some overflow into this school year where we continued the conversation with our labor team around the makeup of our work groups, our working teams, to ensure we have the right people in the right places for our teams. We know that we needed to have our teacher voice. This work cannot be done with just the administrators. So we've been working with our labor team to ensure that we have our teacher expertise at the table with us as we look at these root causes and we begin to look for the solutions. So as you see, these are the areas that we focused on last year, and here's where we have been beginning our work this school year. So since July, we've met with our labor team a couple of times to ensure that we have clear understanding of the roles and responsibilities of what our teachers will be doing on these teams. We have done the initial identification of the members of the team. We've added the members of the team, and they've been participating in the meetings. We did leave an opening because we didn't want the work groups to be just confined to our initial groups. We left space to add additional expertise. So we've had 2 meetings just in October alone, and within those meetings, we did kind of look around and say there were still people missing from the table. So we'll continue to grow those members. When we think about to collect our process and our impact data, we've done a big look at our data. We've looked at all of the different areas of our data that include attendance, enrollment, our suspension, our discipline data, as well as our academic data. So we have done an initial look at a data warehouse within our working teams. Mr. Greg Pitzer has done a really nice job working in collaboration with our different departments to really drive and build out a data warehouse for us. So we have data that is not from last spring testing, but current testing, current states of student attendance, current state of student discipline, so that we can look at the themes and trends over time, and we can use that data to make decisions as well as to build in supports for our students. The other two, to complete our PDSA cycle, the PDSA cycle is plan, do, study, and act. So we will look at some of the areas that we have found gaps in. So as I shared, we did a root cause analysis in those 3 focus areas, and we've been looking for this last meeting we had, we were looking at some solutions for some of those failures. And as we look at those solutions, we will be implementing strategies within our school sites. So we will plan a strategy that we can use at the school sites as a trial. We'll plan it. We'll collect the data around it. We'll study any themes, trends, outputs that we're getting, and then act either to continue to build it or to shift focus, not spending a lot of time on things that are no longer working. And if we're trying things and we're looking at it over 8 weeks, and we're finding some gains, we may extend that time. It won't be where we just try it for a very short period of time, not giving it enough time to have traction, but then not also extending it too long where we're just not seeing growth and we're just continuing work. And then we do want to continue to lead a transparent community engagement process. So for the Board of Education, we've tried to give you monthly updates in the loops around the work that we've done within our SIR. We've met this school year with our different curriculum councils, one more tomorrow. We've tried to ensure that we are sharing out what we're doing so that the community and our staff and the folks around us can also lean in and help us. The next 4 slides are just a few just highlights of things that we have been working on. You're not going to see a lot of shiny. You're not going to see a lot of new. You're not going to see a lot of just like big things in motion. You're going to see a lot of foundational work that's being done. We've spent this opening of school time, again, as I shared, looking at the data, looking at the root causes, and then looking at some solutions just, as recently as just this month. So in these areas, you'll see some progress and you'll see some of the products. And again, like I said, you're not going to see this big plan. You're not going to see all these processes in place yet because systemic change takes a lot of time. So you're going to see some incremental change. You're going to see some data that we've collected. You're going to see just small pieces of work as we try to move this big ship. And I have Abby Cairns here, who I've been working with on this SIR work this school year. We've been partnering on building out the agendas, building out the work that our working teams are doing. And with that, we set up this presentation following the same model we used last year, just for consistency. But we just wanted to make sure that you know that you're not going to see a lot of shiny and a lot of big change right now because we are still within the foundations. I do want to just highlight one thing under just the collection of the data. As I shared, we have begun with this data warehouse where we're trying to ensure that we have live data for our staff and for our students. And while, we haven't rolled it out to the district because, you've got to do some trials first. You have to do some looking at what do you have? Is it enough? Do the right people need to actually see it? If I'm expecting our teachers to be able to utilize the data and have that data set in front of them, I have to make sure that they have eyes on it as well as input on it. So that's why you're going to see our SIR teams have spent some time looking at how to collect data. What data do we want to have? What data do we think that we will need in order to do some of these cycles? And then finally, another piece of the foundational work that we have begun to do is we tried to look at where we would start this work. Where would we do this first cycle? Where would we do this first trial? And as we looked around and we thought about the work in the across the district, as Mr. Garcia shared last night, or tonight, it feels like last night, tonight, that we do have lots of bright spots. We do have lots of things moving forward within our district. And as we worked with our labor team, we kind of landed on the initial spot would be looking at the Hayward High feeder pattern. We have a diverse group of schools. We have our schools that are in a promised neighborhood right now. We have schools that are DLI, bilingual, we have alternative ed, and then we also have schools that are engaging in systemic work already. They're either working on literacy, they're working on mathematics within our new math plan. So that's how we landed on the feeder pattern. And then, as you know, we do continue to work with ACOE, and they have given us funding to support an administrator for this position. And we do continue to recruit for that position. We haven't been able to fill the position. So as I shared, Ms. Cairns and I have been, working together to ensure that we have this work moving forward. Ms. Cairns was an interview committee member, but she's non-voting. There were some questions around that. But as you know, this work, again, is ongoing. And it's not going to be exactly shiny. It's not going to be exactly, big buckets of big change. But when we bring this quarterly report back for the next session, you're going to see where we have done our first, our PDSA, our first trial with one of our solutions, thinking about bringing it forward to one of the schools or a couple of the schools in our feeder pattern. And then we should have some beginning data from that cycle. So that is our update for this quarter. We do plan to continue giving you the monthly updates from our twice a month meetings. We are very excited that we have membership that supports the work. We feel like we have the right people in the right places, but as I shared before, we do have some room for additional folks to join us. We do have our labor team member who's joined us this year. And so we think that's going to also, help us do this work as a collective and for us to have shared voice, shared experiences, and just be able to de-silo some of the work. If you look at the working group, we do have membership from across all of our divisions. So it's not just Ed Services trying to lift this work, it's Ed Services, it's Student and Family Services, it's business, it's HR, it's all of us trying to build it. So it's a kind of a collective effort. So that ends our update for this quarter.
Thank you so much. This portion is board questions and comments. Who would like to start? Trustee Rowden, go ahead.
Thank you. This is a lot. And, you know, it's hard to sort through it. I know you said that we're not going to see like a lot of big things, what did you call it? Big shinings. Yet. When was the last time we saw this? How many months? What was it?
I think we did it in June, I want to say, the end of
In
June.
June, so June, July, August. Okay, so about 5 months. And I know it's going to be over time. My frustration is that some of us at least will not be here when this comes to fruition. And so how do you propose to keep I mean, who knows? I mean, maybe a bunch of us won't be here. I'm talking about all of us. I don't know. How do we keep this at the forefront? And I'm frustrated that I guess it has to move at this pace, but it just seems so glacial, you know. I'd like to see something.
Thank you, Mr. Rowden. I do feel the urgency as well. And I do keep being reminded that systems change takes longer than if I just show up tomorrow and say, I want to do this.
Yeah.
That it takes longer to have a group where we, are very thoughtful, that we are willing to, take some time to plan a shift, implement a shift, and then watch it over time.
Yeah. I was also wondering, where's the one slide here that was in yellow? Oh yeah, you got one of the first things I see on this is the fourth slide. So I'm looking at prioritize academic instruction as the key focus for teachers' mandatory professional learning opportunities. And that costs some money. So how is the budget issues that we're having affecting this and getting anything done?
Well, I think part of our selection of the feeder pattern is within that feeder pattern, we do have some grant funding to be able to do some of this work as an opportunity. We have, our Hayward Promise neighborhood. We also have our CSU CAP grant that we're using to support our mathematics. So we're thinking that we will be able to engage some of those funding sources to support some of our initial work. And then as we think about, professional learning, that is something that you invest in for your staff and to build capacity so that they can, have the right tools in their tool belt to ensure that they can engage all of our students. So it would be one of those things that we would have to prioritize.
Okay. I don't know. I mean, I think I know like we're prioritizing the budget on every meeting. We have some kind of a report. I'm also, I don't know. I'm just kind of looking at this and first of all, thank you for what you're doing, and making it happen. That's much appreciated. And it feels good to be talking about academic things that are going to raise our students. that, because so much of our meetings anymore is not geared toward that. So it feels good tonight to be able to discuss this. I would almost like to see something a little like what we do with the budget, just have just a progress report every meeting or every other meeting or something like that. I'm not going to ask for it because we're already so snowed, but
We do have agreement to bring this back every quarter.
every quarter.
Yeah, and we've been trying to give the board a monthly update.
Okay. All right, I guess that's the best we can do for now. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next, the next questions will be coming from Clerk Buckner Korea.
Thank you so much, Dr. Davies. Thank you so much, Ms. Kern, for all that you do, for all that the County Office of Education does, for all that our amazing superintendent of the Alameda County Office of Education does, and the vast majority of our board colleagues over across the street. I want to thank Dr. Davies for the presentation. I had asked for a list of the working group members because I was curious about the selection process for them. And I appreciate providing the list of members for professional learning assessments and data working groups. I'm taking a look at, for example, the assessment working group, and it's made of 7 people. And if I'm not mistaken, 6 of those 7 people are administrators. And then I see an asterisk with a note that individuals have requested participation in multiple groups. And so if you can speak to the selection process for each of those working groups. I appreciate the note about adding someone from the induction team. I would have hoped that would have occurred already. It seems that when we're talking about our professional learning and professional development, the induction program is how we roll out professional learning and professional development within our district. It's a concerning omission. I also would encourage someone from Helen Turner or with a preschool background to be part of these conversations. I also know that Hayward High was selected, and I don't see Hayward High's principal on the list. Perhaps someone else from the district is. I'm going to play the card for as long as I can. I'm still new. And perhaps titles and roles were not listed for every staff member. And so perhaps I'm missing someone from Hayward High. But if you could just speak to those, I'd appreciate it.
Yeah, so thank you for that question. We do continue to grow these working groups. You see the initial, you probably see like draft 2 of the working groups, because as I shared last spring, we had 6 meetings where we had mostly administrators just kind of getting the foundation of what this SIR work is and working along with ACOE just on the foundations of this. As we moved into this school year, we did try to ensure that we have representatives on the working groups that support our, full district. And so as I shared, we still have some openings, we have open spaces. We initially have this group, but as we look at the work, as we look at the areas, especially if you think about professional learning, we do have our pre-K, our P3, we have our TK. So there are different areas that we do need to ensure that we add additional folks, and our working groups are open to that. We do need to be mindful of if you think about induction, just of the timing of our meetings. We were trying to discuss some of those things because there are some logistics that are a little bit limited, because right now we're meeting from like 9 to 10:30, and some of our induction team is already out supporting school, the new teachers. Some of our classroom teachers are teaching in their classroom, and so we're trying to balance not taking them away from their classroom and having them have that extra piece of doing the lesson plans and all. We're trying to figure out, is there a way for us to shift our meetings maybe to the afternoon, maybe do it on a Wednesday, something after they do their collaboration. So we're still being a little bit fluid with the development. Where again, the recruitment is teachers that are willing, teachers that we know, teachers that some of our current TOSAs know, that might be interested in this work and might be interested in, leaving their classroom for a few hours each month to do this work with us. So still a little shifting, still balancing the work groups, but very open to ensuring we have the expertise at the table as we're trying to, think about these solutions and implement these trials.
President Buffett, I thank you for the response. I don't believe my question was fully answered. Would you rather I come back for a second round or ask now? Okay, thank you for that. I'm unclear who is making the decision about who is on the working group.
The working teams are making the recommendations on who might be missing, whose voice, whose expertise are we missing at these tables. So as we have the recommendations, then we are either reaching out to folks through our labor team. That's the plan. Like we brought up at the last meeting to bring on an induction person. So, I'll need to work with our labor groups to ensure that I'm asking people the proper way and asking them to join the teams. So we'll work through the process of getting folks onto the team. We're clearly open to having them.
President Buffetti. Dr. Okinda.
Thank you. I also wanted to talk about the committee. I know that you inherited this from a previous administrator, so I am holding that in my mind as I'm asking these questions and recognizing that you're taking over until we have a replacement for a position from the county. So, but I remember being at an acai meeting and having a presentation and the process for selecting I think it's 4 criteria out of 17 or 3.
We've selected 3 priorities.
3 out of the 17.
Right.
So, and then broken down into 4. Okay. So my understanding is that there are questions around that process. Now, I don't really want to get into that now because we're already moving forward and I think we're all thrilled about that. But it does make me want to stress the importance of the board and the public understanding what is the criteria by which these decisions are being made. There was a slide I saw during that presentation that said that the board was consulted. In fact, we were not consulted. We were presented the information. And so it's important, I think, to all of us, as Mr. Rowden said, this is the work we should be talking about all the time. It's related to our students and their academic needs, their social emotional needs, et cetera. So I would like for there to be clearer delineations or explanations around how these decisions are made. What is the criteria for making these decisions? Why were those 3 selected above the others? And again, I don't want to send you backtracking, Dr. Davies, because at this point, I just want you to move forward. But I hope that my concern is heard and that there's movement going forward. And then I agree that the committee group needs to have the right people. So I understand that you're moving that direction, but I mean, frankly, that should have been already underway and already a very expansive group because it seems like you're already deep into the work. So I hope that, and again, I know you inherited this, so I'm noting that it's not entirely on you as we're giving this direction. But I think these are, like when you talk about it's going to take a long time, I know have a very impatient board because we understand, and I know all of our community here in HUSC understands the urgency that we feel around this because our students can't afford a minute of things not being the way that they deserve them to be. And so I feel the Obama's ocean liner analogy here, like 2 degrees at a time, and yet we need it to go faster. So to hear like the committee isn't quite there for me is like, come on, get it there. And from the outset, and please don't don't delay in any fashion. So whatever we can do, and Ms. Wu Fernandez, for you as well, that there should just be a rubric in place for forming committees. I thought that we had something like that, especially with these new committees that have been formed related to, I think we talked about this with the VAPA committee. So how can we create just a standard for representation that brings the people we need to the table, and in a thoughtful way? I am just going to continue to give my thoughts because I'm not sure questions are the best use of my time here. The last thing I want to say is related to the feeder pattern. So I hear you saying the plan is to implement some of these targeted approaches to the feeder pattern. And then if they work, they go out to and if they don't, they get fine tuned. But I mean, eventually there is a unified approach for bringing what works to all of our sites. Is that?
Correct. We want to try small, expand as it's working, and then step back if it's not.
Okay, I'll stop there. I think that the point I'm trying to make is made, and I appreciate you both hearing it. Thank you.
President Bufetti.
My question actually was around the feeder pattern as well. So in slide 13, it says, in spring, we will determine when and how to scale the promising practices. Let's say, things go well. Are we applying them to a different feeder pattern and then another one, or it's going to then blanket the other schools that have not been addressed yet?
Yeah, I think we're thinking that if something is working after these trials, that we will expand it, across the district. It might have to be in, dosages. It might not be just where we say roll out, for everyone. It just depends on the strategy. If you look at the data warehouse, if we said, oh, we're looking like, this feeder pattern is utilizing the data, they're able to make these instructional shifts and it's working, that's something that, yes, we could roll out to the full district. If it's like one of maybe an instructional strategy, same thing. If that is something that's working, something we're getting, additional student engagement, students are improving, in that area, then yes, we would roll that out. If it's something smaller around, like a small tweak that we're doing for, some program or something, then it might just be a smaller rollout on a smaller scale.
And then a follow-up, I guess, within that, let's say, again, we don't find a strategy that I guess is effective or is moving the needle. What does that look like when we revisit the original feeder pattern kind of, the model for that?
If we're finding that it's not moving the needle, because we are trying to look for high leverage strategies for our district, if we're finding that as we're doing these trials that we're not, moving the needle or we're not seeing it movement, we're going to stop. We're going to give it enough time, but we're going to say, stop. There's no reason for us to continue to utilize strategies that are not getting student achievement movement. Yeah.
Then my last question, I guess, follow up to that. What does that timeline look like? Of how long we allow strategies to be in place, and then what that looks like in implementing that in other sites?
Yeah, the initial plan is to try them for 6 to 8 weeks, doing data sets along the way, talking to people, doing both the focus groups, talking to people, as well as looking at our student data points.
Thank you, Dr. Hayes.
Thank you. Especially thank you to the trustees. These are really great questions. So for clarification, you said that we've been getting the monthly updates in the loop. Starting when?
We sent one when we came back from summer break. We sent one at the end of August and then one in September.
In September.
Yeah.
Okay. And I mean, as Assistant Superintendent of Student and Family Services, I do consider you the holder of this work. So I just wanted to make that very clear, you, outside of the superintendent and the governance team who sets policy, you hold this work at an executive cabinet level, and it is fully your responsibility. The fact that we are non-compliant means that we are currently failing our students, and that's unacceptable. As a governance team, we're here because we're here. Our number one is to serve the students. Number one, it's students, and we're currently failing students. And so that's why the timeline does not work for me. It hasn't worked for me. We've been in the conversation about this for more than 5 months. Honestly, we were supposed to be receiving in the loops since the spring of 2025. So that is a problem. That timeline is also a problem. We should have been, there already were like lead teams established. I'm pretty sure by spring 2025, already a plan for cross-department CERD teams. There were already people in leadership, and there are still some currently in leadership who are already doing the work, building out the plans, doing deep dives in the data, meeting with our union leads, and creating an action that had already taken place, started to take place. So it's not like this update for me is lacking so much and is disappointing because the pre-work was already there. So therefore this update is not reflecting that in any way, sense, or form. I think this board has been very clear on the depth of information we expect to see in presentation and the depth of data and org charts that we expect to see. I have requested org charts. I know that my other fellow trustees have requested org charts. We take this very seriously and expect everyone else on this governance team and executive cabinet to take this seriously. And so some of my questions slash comments, who exactly is holding the work, and when can we get an org chart, detailed org chart that details, who is holding the work, the collaboration across departments, our representation of our union, our family voice, and our student voice in this work, our unions. Also, an in-depth plan of support between each org chart, like what is the tree of support? Because someone can't just hold the work without the support, otherwise the system will break. It's already broken. We're trying to rebuild a different system. So I would like to have like included in that org chart, like what are the systems of support for every leader in every department, plus continue on that tree. What are the support systems? Also, what's the board's role in that support system? What's the full executive cabinet's role? What's the superintendent's role? That's the type of detail that I would like to have going forward. And to have like full transparency for my governance team. I will read the in the loop right now, if you guys don't mind. The memo provides an update on our continued systemic instructional review, implementation efforts, including labor partner engagement, progress in intervention design, and cross-departmental coordination. Updates on the union engagement. In the past 2 weeks, we have met with 2 of our labor partners, SEIU on May 8th and AOD on May 13th. Both unions shared thoughtful feedback and expressed agreement with our current focus areas. We also discussed how their members can be meaningfully involved in the work, and outlined how we'll continue to communicate and collaborate moving forward. We will be meeting with HIA on June 5th to gather their input and identify opportunities for teacher leadership in the process. SIR Lead Team meeting highlight May 19th. At our May 19th meeting, the SIR lead team continued building momentum around improving how we work together across school and departments. Key highlights include using data to inform support to teachers. We look at data from teacher goal-setting activities as one of the to better understand professional development needs the district needs across the district. We also discussed how feedback from new teachers could help identify common challenges that can be addressed at both the school and district levels. Two key priorities for improvement. The team agreed to focus on two specific improvements as a starting point, creating a more effective structure for teacher collaboration on Wednesdays. Number two, helping teacher teams reflect on more deeply on their instruction by asking two key questions during collaboration. One, how do we know students learned what we taught? Two, what do we do next? We emphasize that this work to truly succeed, teachers must see value in and have a voice in how it's designed. We're planning to send a survey to teachers to gather their perspectives, which will directly inform the work of the next phase of our SIR planning. Building the right teams. Now that we've identified our first improvement areas, we are expanding our SIR lead team and forming focused work groups to move these efforts forward. I just want to reiterate that this is May in the loop. To move this district forward. Building the right teams. Now that we've identified the first improvement areas, we're expanding our SIR lead team and forming focus work groups to move these efforts forward. We discussed who needs to be involved so that each team has a balanced mix of voices, including school site staff, central office leaders, and labor partners to ensure we design and implement sustainable improvements together. Strengthening district-wide alignment. In addition to the work above, we are continuing to review and align the many instructional and student support plans that exist across departments, such as our literacy, math, and multilingual learner plans. Department leaders are reviewing these plans and updating the status of current actions. This helps us identify overlaps, eliminate duplication, and ensure everyone is moving in the same direction. This work is beginning to break down silos between departments, making it easier for staff to collaborate and for students to benefit from more coherent support. Thank you for your continued leadership and support as we move from planning to implementation in our SIR efforts. Once again, this is dated May 21st, 2025. I'll let trustee, unless you want to respond.
Yes, thank you, Mrs. Prada, for sharing the update that we shared in May. The spring work that we did around SIR was focused around the administrators. So we had mostly administrators on that team that did that foundational work that came up with those questions and with those ideas. So as we closed school for June, we did commit to working with our labor team to ensure we had teachers on the committee and try to figure out a way that we could best have meeting times and meeting spaces that we could engage our teachers and not have them, again, be burdened with being pulled out of their classrooms or be burdened with needing to do additional work to be able to join the teams. So we did spend the opening of school working with our labor team around getting additional teachers, getting the experts to our meetings. And we have found that our September and October meetings that we have added those folks, and we're actually doing some of the work that you did share. As you think about the silos that we've broken down, again, working, as a collaborative group instead of just it being held in one group. that is a lot of the work, as well as we have utilized the alignment of the plans. As you looked at the 3 focus areas, we have been looking at some of the themes and trends that are in all 3 of those, or all 4 of those big plans. And a lot of it does focus on professional learning, either supporting our multilingual learners or a literacy focus or a math focus, or engaging in the arts. So a lot of it, a lot of those plans engage a lot of professional learning, and we do want that professional learning to be better. We want to move that needle so we can build the capacity with our teachers. So we have spent a lot of time looking at those 3 buckets and really trying to hone in on, many of the barriers that are not getting us, the movement or the implementation when we get to the classroom. So we, I almost don't even want to say it again, but, this work, it's not as fast as, even for me, it's not as fast as I would have thought. But when, as working with Abby and working with the ACOE team, they continue to let us know that we are moving, at the pace where we are moving to, make sure we have the right people, that we're looking at the right things, we're looking at the root causes, and we're not just trying to jump to solutions. That took a lot out of us not to jump to solutions because, many of us are just like, we have to do things for our kids right now. And unfortunately, we did need to slow down and kind of take a real deep dive into the reasons why we're not doing well. And I do have Abby here who can support some of our questions if you would like. But I do take responsibility for this work. That's why, while we didn't just pause it, we just didn't pause it. We just kept going and doing our best work to get the right people.
Thank you. Yes, thank you, Abby, for being here this evening. My concern is from the May in the Loop letter, the progress that was given to the progress update of the June letter, that the trustee, that we all got. Everybody got the June letter. Did everybody get the May letter? Yeah. Okay. It feels like I know that you were part of the panel for the hiring process, and we were impacted by the solvency plan. And actually, I'm glad you're here, but this question actually is being directed back at our Assistant Superintendent of Ed Services. I also have issues with the systems and protocols on our summer, specifically our summer hiring progress. What is the word I'm looking for? Transparency, especially during the summer break in our hiring panels, has been flagged as an issue. And I think specifically with this work, as we did an interview for the who would hold the SIR work. We as a board passed the MOU with the county. I think it was in June. Was it June or July? It was July. Giving the okay for that partnership, the negotiations of like it covering 2 positions to hold one position to hold the SIR work. And so even in the summer, we did our job. The process of that interview seemed more harmful and less focused on making sure our students, these systems, the pace of these systems and this work continued. And I just from this presentation, it doesn't seem like the work is continuing to be taken seriously. I see a problem that happened in the hiring process over the summer that gives me all types of like hesitation to have trust in going forward. You know, and I know that you're a big part of that process. So if you could give more clarity so that I don't have as many red flags and questions, it just from my position, it felt like one, the work did slow down tremendously. Two, we did have really good people for the position. The previous person who was holding the work and actually had the pace of the work going at a speed that we would have been able to be less upset at this current update. Went for the position and did not get the position. And I'm sure the panel had their reasons, whatnot, I understand. But the panel then selected somebody who was afraid of a 3-2 vote. So maybe not somebody who can hold this weight of work and importance of work. And so that gives me questions. So we had somebody who was holding the work, pacing the work, passionate about the work, doing the collaboration, building, like helping build teams, supporting you in your role and position. And we selected somebody who was intimidated by a 3-2 vote from the board, who, with all due respect, within our power to do a 3-2, it still passed, but we are very serious about this work. And if we do have any questions, that's an opportunity to show the board what you can do. So that gives me question on the panels, you know, your leadership on that. And so if you could just clarify some of that. I know that was long, but
Thank you for the question. I did not host the panel. The recruitment, the interviews, the entire process, I was not part of. The panels and all of those pieces were done through human resources. They created the panel, they created the interview team. I did not create that.
thank you. I don't need to ask a question from you in recess. I mean I meant what I said. Trustee, go ahead.
Second, everything that Vice President Prada said. Superintendent, you're our board's one employee, so I'm going to direct my comments to you. We talk a lot about rebuilding trust in the system. I don't have trust in this process. The way that we selected the top 3 priorities for SIR, we excluded our labor partners, and I'm still hearing comments from our staff about involving our labor partners. And our labor leader, who is one of 5 people in the audience right now at 10:21 at night, shaking their head that no, they were not involved. That's not okay. I appreciate that this work has been transferred for the staff member that's directly responsible for it, but to the best of my understanding, this has always been under Ed Services. That did not change. The September 22nd, and I will not read the memo because I'm not sure that discussing this at this moment is exactly the best use of this board's time. But the September 22nd memo said that that SIR lead team meeting highlights September 18th, and then it said preparation for launching SIR teams on October 2nd, yada, 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 yada. And at the very end, it says for the initial root cause analysis, the HIA president will participate in this work. Membership talks about membership selection. And then we have working groups that are presented to us, and 6 out of the 7 people don't work in a classroom. The County Office of Ed is investing a tremendous amount of energy, time, and resources into this district. This is embarrassing, with all due respect, to have them be in the audience today and have to go back to our wonderful, wonderful superintendent across the street and board and justify this. So I don't know what barriers have been put in place that limit our teachers union from being involved. Ms. Kern, I would like to introduce you to your friendly neighborhood teacher union president back there. I don't want to speak for them, but our union partners are always willing to pick up the phone. But in order to do that, we at the district need to make sure that that conversation occurs, that they're invited to be part of those conversations, and not present a working group that 6 out of 7 people aren't teachers. I'm disappointed that this is how this presentation and this work is panning out.
So let me make sure I capture the concerns correctly. So I think the ask for the monthly feedback, the monthly submission to the board in terms of update for the SIR was a change in practice that was asked for last year, so that the board can actually keep the progress of the SIR kind of intact in terms of knowing about the updates. The commitment for the quarterly update was to get board feedback and also direction on various things. What I heard tonight was that there's concerns about the composition of the teams that we should consider. There's concerns about a transparency in terms of how decisions are being made, and inclusive in how we include our labor partners and others, and the decision making that we need to be reconsidered. I hear that. Sorry, I'm getting a little late and I can't read my own writing, which is a problem. In terms of the progress, in terms of timelines and the detail of progress. And then I heard the org chart, which I will clarify later with you, Ms. Prada. I think I understand the request around the org chart, but there's an org chart request in terms of roles and responsibilities and how the flow happens that needs to be revisited, right? So I think those are the things I'm hearing as the ask from the board in terms of and then of course the urgency around the work in terms of timeline, right? So those are things that we can revisit and potentially either bring back to the board or give an update to the board in terms of each of these areas and the updates. But if I miss anything, please let me know. But I think I capture the major concerns that's been brought up tonight that we need to make sure that we follow through on or revisit our process around and the way that we can be responsive to the concerns presented tonight.
Yes, thank you. Do we have any public speakers on this item?
Yes, my in-person speaker is Mercedes Farage.
I am horribly confused by this whole thing. Initially, we were not included in SIR last year, and there was some conversations. This year, it felt like we were just kind of starting all over. And Mary Walsh, Vice President of HEA, and myself fought really hard to be on whatever it is we're on. I don't know what that committee is, but you're using terms like work group and this. My understanding was we were on this committee to look at the root cause. And so I've been calling it a root cause committee. I fought to get on there. And then when I went there, there was no sign-in sheet with my name on it. And the groups that were dedicated groups, I wasn't included. So you can imagine how that made labor partner, the one labor partner in the room, feel. The one teacher, because everybody else was TOSAs. The folks that were there were TOSAs. Everybody else was administrator. And I then talked with Abby about in that before that meeting about making sure that it was rolled out carefully and constructively and systematically so that it wouldn't matter who was here in the long run. At the end of the day, we had systems that took away any people's responsibilities. It was about a system that would meet the needs of the student. So in 13 seconds or less, I am not able to capture the questions I have, but it sounds like from that side of the podium, I don't know what you folks are talking about because it's not matching with what
I've been doing and what we've talked about. Abby has been an active listener. I will.
I have one online speaker, Maria Del Carmen. Maria, you've been unmuted. Go ahead.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Okay, so, with these challenging times with budget cuts, ICE concerns, and serious lack of full-time employees, we need to make sure that this committee stays focused on what truly matters. Our teachers must stay committed to teaching the proper grade level curriculum. Our students' social, emotional well-being must always, always come first. Facing an outlet and here. Now more than ever, parents, teachers, and staff must come together. We must set aside our differences and we must work as one for the betterment of our children, your students, the very reason we are all here. It's frustrating how we're having this conversation so late at 10:30 at night. Most of the community has gone to sleep. You know, out there, it's empty with you guys. I mean, this is important stuff that needs to be brought up at a time where we, the community, parents, students, are up and awake to listen to all of this because it's important. I agree with, Miss Prada, Vice President Prada, and Mr. Bruckner Carrillo. A lot of things have been said in the past, and yet it seems like everything that was promised back then hasn't happened now. So, like, till now. So, eventually you guys are just going to have to do what you say you're going to do and in a timely manner. Because it's not right what's happening. I feel like our students are just falling behind in everything. Thank you.
That's all the speakers.
Thank you. Okay, before we move on to item G, I would like to thank you so much. Thank you for staying too. I would like to take a vote on extending the meeting. We still have G3, student nutrition update, consent items, and another section of public comment and such. So I'm saying 11:30. If we are done before 11:30, we do not have to stay until 11:30.
Yeah.
Yes?
Well,
We're good?
you got a majority.
Oh, what? I'm sorry.
You got a majority.
Okay,
No.
we're good. Okay, moving on to G3, student nutrition updates. This will be staff presentation, board question, comments, and public speakers.
Thank you, Vice President Prada. It is my pleasure to introduce Student Nutrition Services Director Lucky Vasquez, who will be sharing a presentation about one of the wonderful services we offer our students, which is meals. Take it away, Lucky.
No, if you give it to Assistant Superintendent, that'd be great. Good evening, community, partners, colleagues, board. Thank you for having me and letting me share. It's been almost 5 years since I've been here, so better late than never. The topics we'll be talking tonight are meet the director. We would meet the chef, but unfortunately he has to work at 6 a.m. tomorrow morning along with me, so we gave him a reprieve and he's brand new, so we gave him the night off. We'll talk about vision, significant menu changes, successes, CEP, community eligibility provision, how we're getting there, then and now, future, here are the students, and thank you at the very end. But let's meet the director. Who am I? I'm Lucky Vasquez. I've been in the food service business for about 35 years, 20 years in the public sector and the rest in the private sector. I helped take a company IPO, which was very, very exciting back in the day. I spent 14 years at UC Berkeley as the food service director and the last 5 years here in Hayward. It's something that I thought I would never do, but I'm certainly glad that I've done it. How did I get to Hayward? That's probably what everyone's question is. I retired from UC Berkeley about 5 years ago and thought I had something left in the tank. It's important to note that I did it because I wanted to do it. It wasn't a money-driven thing or a financial thing. I did it because I wanted to do it. I was one of those kids that grew up on a free lunch program. I grew up poor, very poor. And that was one of the only meals that I would get during the day. So it was very important that I get a little sentimental about it, that I had that meal. And coming back to Hayward, where I could do some good, really felt like the right thing to do. A lot of my decisions in life are based on what is the right thing to do. Not always might be the best thing, but it's the right thing. So with that, I carry a lot of shame being on that free lunch program. And I've carried it for 50 years. Growing up, we had two different lines. We had those who had money and those who did not. There wasn't a universal program, a universal meals program where all food is the same, all equal. No one's paying for it in California. It was those who didn't have money ate in the cafeteria, and those who had money would eat in retail. And it was a difficult thing. I grew up in a single parent household. My mom was a clerk typist. And so not having the luxuries and affordability to do what other students do was difficult. And that's really why I'm here, to give back. Pay it forward, call it whatever you want, but that's how I got here. And that's why I like being here. I love what I do, and I'm glad I get to do it. And I'm certainly glad I got to do it here. Next slide. Vision. What is the vision of the program? If you look at it, it's nutritious, delicious, and sustainable in that order. I cannot provide a program without nutritious meals because they are not reimbursable by the state or the Fed. They need to be delicious because if they're not, then the students aren't going to eat them. So all the best food in the whole world, if your student's not going to eat it, why bother doing it? It's a waste of money, it's a waste of time, and it's a waste of resources. I will not do it. And it's sustainable. We have two reasons for sustainable. We have one for the planet and one for financial. If you're not running two types of sustainable programs, you're going to run your program into the ground. Where do we fit in this? If you can see in the intersection, that's where Hayward Unified is. We're right in the middle. We serve nutritious, delicious, and sustainable meals. That is what we do. Next slide, please. What have been the menu changes since I've walked on board? No nuts, allergen concerns, and that includes peanut butter. We don't serve peanut butter sandwiches. It's just not something that we do. They're cheap. They're might be great for a home snack. It might be great for a lunch. It might be great for some parents to provide for students. But for Hayward, it's not the right thing to do. We don't want anyone getting sick. We don't want anyone getting hurt. Equitable vegetarian options. So let's think about it. If I serve the beef enchilada, I'd also serve a cheese enchilada. They look the same. There might be yellow cheese and white cheese on top just to note the differences, and that's how we would do it. But when a student gets it, it's the same. It's like when I grew up. You could tell who had a free food and who didn't. Here in California, it's all free, but we want to make sure that we're being mind forward and thought forward and serving vegetarian options that are equitable to our omnivores. Reduction in packaged foods, high fructose corn syrups, something I'm very passionate about. And I'll just go from a simple basic. I don't want to be here all night telling you about all the great things, but I'll tell you about a few. Heinz ketchup. We have regular Heinz, and then we have what's called Simply. No high fructose corn syrup in that. Many of our items have high fructose corn syrup. Now they don't. I won't make a laundry list of them, but that's just a basic, simple example for everyone to note. Minimum of 40% are made in-house or made in Hayward. Why do I do it? I got $1 million from the Fed that said, if you do it, we will give you $1 million. I did it. We continue to do it. Where are we right now? We're about 47% of all our items being made in-house. It's a pretty good thing. With the new chef on board, we're continuing to grow that. That is my direction to him. That is the vision. It's an expectation. And he's got a good head on his shoulders. I wish you could meet him, but that's for another time. 100% of our products are beef, includes burgers, pepperoni, and hot dogs. Hot dogs can be made of a lot of things, but you're still serving hot dogs. Well, they're all grass-fed hot dogs now. Burgers, they used to come with soy in them. We serve one of the top line burgers made from Don Lee Farms, 100% beef charbroiled. One of our biggest sellers. One of our biggest items that we provide. I'm going to use a few words too that might be a little different. We don't feed students. We serve them. You feed an animal. So I want to make sure that we're understanding. I don't call it a child nutrition program because we serve children, but we also serve adults who are 18 years old. My focus is on students, not children. And I use that as a collective totality of our program. I just want to make sure that when I say that, you understand why I'm saying it. We also, back in the day, I don't know if you're familiar with, we would serve a chicken patty and who knows what was in it. We would call it mystery meat. There might be parts of wings, thighs, whole things put together. We don't serve those type of patties. We serve a whole muscle chicken. So when you see it on a burger, it is a chicken patty. Now, that's not to say some of our providers have supply issues or things happen and they'll sub something out like that. But in no stretch of the imagination is that an approved product for us to be purchasing or purveying. It is a sub. Cleaner and food products, less additives. We look, pardon me, we look for the cleanest labels that we can. What does that mean? The less names on it, the better. Citric acid, sodium this, red dye that. We look for things that have chicken, salt, sugar, and that's it. The less items, the better. You should be able to pronounce the items that we're purchasing. Don't get me wrong, there is a market out there for some prepackaged item. I think I've talked to one of the board members about something called a taco nada. Kind of an inside joke, but I took a prepackaged item off the menu and I nearly got stoned for doing it from the students. We put it back on by popular demand. Again, it needs to fall in the category of delicious, and they think it's delicious. So there are exceptions to what I think always is the right thing to do. I'll give you another example just while we're on the topic. I brought in 100% maple syrup right out of the tree. It's $123 a gallon. But it doesn't taste like the syrup you probably grew up on, whether it's Log Cabin or whatever syrup you grew up on, because they're not 100% pure. They're additives and maple flavorings that we're probably all used to grew up. I know I sure grew up on it. But is serving the 100% maple syrup the right thing to do? I sure think it is. And I think we owe it to our students to let them experience new flavors. They're not used to it, but maybe they will be. Because what we provide in elementary schools, they'll learn to either enjoy it or not. But generally, that's what follows them into middle school, high school, and eventually higher education. And last, lower sodium, not good for the heart. It's also a CDE requirement that we lower sodium. So my hand is being forced to do it, but it's the right thing to do. Financials. I got some help with a little graph that I put up from my supervisor. And I want you to look at the counts of what we were in 21, 22, and 23. We served just under 2 million meals in 21 and 22. And this last year, we served 2.5 million meals. That doesn't happen by accident. That happens by students liking food. No matter if food is free or not, if you don't like it, you will not eat it and you will not get it. Perhaps if you're a student like me growing up and that was your only meal, you might. But those who have options, and many do, would not participate in our program. The numbers don't lie that the students like our food, and they continue to come back and do it. And I assure you, if they did not like the food, they'd go home, tell their parents and say, the food here is not good. Please pack me a lunch. Please give me $3 to do something else with it, or $5, whatever that looks like, to do it. But the numbers continue to increase. We're an auxiliary, a self-standing, non-operating entity on the general fund. If we don't make money, We don't exist. And when I first started 5 years ago, I asked my boss, let me do X, Y, and Z, and if I can't get it done in a year, fire me. Deal. I'm still here. We're continuing to do what we want to do. Now, that's not to say that we haven't got some grants. We continue to get grants, and if these grants are available, I will continue to pursue them. It's free money, and it's good for the student, it's good for the district, and it's good for the program. Everyone's a winner. Those are just some examples of our grants. I don't need to read them off to you. They're right there. Uniform implementation for all staff, including non-slip shoes. That's really lowered our accidents, which is not impinging on safety. So that is also a win for financials. And the community elderly provision, and we're now in it for our second year, and I'll talk more about that later. Next slide, please. CEP, community eligibility provision. We used to be a non-provision school. Most schools operate under provision 2. We didn't participate in provision 2. We left it as a separate, and now we're eligible for community eligibility provision. Creates district-wide benefits. It would eliminate debt if we sold meals, but we don't. It protects the general fund from nutrition losses if there were any. There are accidents. Reduces paperwork compliance burden, which is a big one. We don't really have to collect these applications anymore. It's created some work for our administrative staff to do that, but it doesn't create work on student nutrition staff, and that's what I'm in charge of. The community eligibility provision is more than just a meal program. It's a district-wide strategy that supports academic successes, financial stability, and equity and operational efficiency. That is really what it is in a nutshell. No matter what happens in the next 4 years, our students will eat for free. No matter what happens. Unless someone in the White House does something really out there with funding, with provision 2 and provision 3, all those things, it wouldn't matter. Our students will still eat for free. And that was the big reason for switching to community eligibility. Taking care of the student. It is the right thing to do. Here's just a snapshot of our local partners. Mary's Free Range Chicken, which is a local farm. Boar's Head, another local company. AgLink, another local company. All these companies located with a 250-mile radius. It is a way that I think it lowers our carbon footprint. It keeps the money close by. If they were in Hayward, I would partner them in Hayward, just like the local farms we partner with. There aren't any farms in Hayward. I think we all know that. But there are farms within 250-mile radius that I partner with. Minority-owned businesses. Next slide, please. Well, how did we get these guest counts up? What are we doing to do it? It's not that I have these great ideas. I work with the students. My team works with the students and our vendor partners with the students. We go out to the schools, we bring the food, and they sample it. You like it? They do. They tell us, they either put a sticker, they fill out a survey, but there is some way we're taking surveys from students who let us know what we like, and that's what goes on the menu. We plan our cycles months ahead knowing this, so we can work with our vendors, we get things set up. Hasn't always been quite that systematic, but that's the way we're doing it now. Eliminating most prepackaged foods, making them in-house. A parfait, we could go out and buy them, but we make them. Granola, we could buy it, but we make it. Things continue to be made in-house, just like you did at home. It brings back that flavor when I was a student, or a child even. I'm gonna say it. I like SpaghettiOs. It is a comfort food for me. It makes me feel like when I grew up. My mom wouldn't prepare me a hot breakfast like oatmeal or something because she had to go to work, but she would leave me a can of SpaghettiOs. I learned to eat them cold because I wasn't allowed to play with fire. But for me, it's comfort. So I like to think when we make food from home, and it's not SpaghettiOs, it's those type of English muffin sausage cheese sandwich that they can get at home. We make the same thing here. Increased training. We've added $300,000 into labor dollars as we grew our program. Hasn't touched the general fund, and we still have plenty of money in it. I'll tell you how we ended the fiscal year in a short time. Passion and caring is really what we put into the food. I like to think that my staff goes out there and does the same thing. I can't monitor 30 schools. If there is something that is happening, I do like to think that we address it in a timely, professional, courteous, considerate way. This is one of the survey forms that we used. It's simple, it's not sophisticated, it's a few questions for our students. They answer them, and we go, based on their information they provide, we decide if the product's gonna go on the menu or not. Next slide, please. I went back a few years just to kind of show you that's what our breakfast looked like. All prepackaged, all heat and serve, salty, sugary, non-nutritious, unsustainable packaging. There are still items we have like that, like a Otis Spunkmeyer blueberry muffin, but it is an Otis Spunkmeyer blueberry muffin. It's at least somewhat better than that. That's what our burritos used to look like. This is what they look like now, or at least a version of them. A healthier approach. This is, we call it a bento box. It's a vegetarian meal offered at every single school, every single day. Make sure that our vegetarians are lined. Salad, arugula, berries, fresh feta cheese. Please. What is the future looking like for our student nutrition program? We are trying to convert to all organics. Generally, organics I think of as thin-skinned fruits, pears, tomatoes, those type of things, not bananas that have a thick skin. But we probably will go all organic soon. How can you afford that, Lucky? We couldn't in the past. I don't think we cannot afford to do it. It is the way of the future. It is the best health for the student. And it's that time. We have the money to do it. We continue to plan menu cycles ahead. I think I'm on the wrong slide, sorry. Go back one, I'm sorry. Condiment bars for tacos, hot dogs, etc. I like to think that I think like a student, and that is if I get a hot dog, I like hot dogs and mustard. I'm not a ketchup kind of guy. But some students like it. Some like other condiments on it. So we're buying condiment bars for all the schools, and they can dress up their own burgers, their own hot dogs, instead of serving them plain. It's an enhancement for the student. They seem to like it. We added salad bars to all the high schools. At first, the participation was 5 or 6 people, and now it's over 100 a day. Less dependent on commodity products. What does that mean? Each year, we get about between $300,000 and $500,000 from the state. That money can be used for what's called brown box, commodity items, commodity chicken, commodity beef, commodity things. Not the best commodity cheese. I'm now converting almost all that money to, guess what? Produce, where we can get the organics. Not purchasing cheese anymore. We're going to no more processed cheese. You ever had that cheese you put in the frying pan or on something and it doesn't melt? That's what some of our cheese used to look like, and some still does. We're making that conversion to all better product. It's that time. We just met last Friday with Allen Brothers. I know they're one of the biggest meat distribution companies in the state. They carry about 900,000 pounds. They also have some meats and chicken that are halal. That might help satisfy some of our cultural parents and students, but there are other things in what we have, like some things have rennet in it, and it's okay if I serve them if the person who is halal doesn't know. And I don't want to go too deep into this. The fact is that it is a better cut of meat. It's a little bit more expensive, but again, it's the right thing to do. It is the right direction. I won't be able to satisfy every single cultural need there is. There's just no financial viability. There would be too many things to do. How come you can do it for this? How come you can do it for that? And I'm following the CDE guidelines. We are not compelled to do it specifically for those reasons. But Bring me a medical certification that you have celiac disease, and you better believe it that I'll provide it. And with variety. It's not going to be the same type of thing every single day. We need to make sure we're doing the right things. We talked about equitable offerings, chicken enchilada versus cheese enchilada. It's the same kind of thing. And increased sourcing for minority-owned businesses. It's another right thing to do. We don't want to give everything to Driscoll's, even though they're a great big farm. It's not the right thing to do. It's good we get these grants, and it really helps share that fiscal responsibility to our small partners. So that's why I do it. That is the sample of a fall high school menu. I don't think you can probably read it, but you can see the choices. I think there's about 15, 16 choices almost every single day. And so that's kind of, thought I would give you a look at it. Here's what food is looking like for our next menu. These are tacos that we just made, fresh rotisserie program, and curry bowl. Just different options, different selections, different flavor profiles for maybe people who haven't been exposed to it. Wholesomeness, goodness. My video? No video? That's a shame. Okay. Well, anyways, I thought it would be another great thing to do. We served 15,238 prime rib dinners to our students. Never been done in the K through 12 sector. So we're pioneering our way through that. And I wish I could share the video with you. It's 3 students telling you how good the food is. So for me, that's what success looks like. When a student jumps up and down and tells you how good the food is, the best food ever, I'll rest my laurels on that. And that is what student nutrition is up to these days.
Thank you so much for that presentation. And we're going to start with board questions and comments. President Buffetti.
All right, well, I'm excited to start this one off because this is the item I asked for to have on the agenda. This is something I care about very deeply with our students, and working with you for the last couple of months, I've made sure that the board itself has tried the food from elementary all the way to high school, and really just making sure that we are eating the food that we're providing our students. First question I have is, I saw that on the slide that had the significant menu changes, it said 100% beef products. So that, just to confirm, no pork products at all?
We don't serve pork in the district at all.
Okay, gotcha. And the other one was the movement towards 40% of, or we have 40% of menus items made in-house. What number are we striving towards?
I would think 60% minimum.
60%. And then my other follow-up question is, oh yeah, so on the HUSD website, there's a place for staff to sign up for meal plans.
Yes.
How many people do we have signed up on?
I do not know offhand, but that's information I can get back to you in a short amount of time.
Okay, yeah. And actually, because the reason I asked is I've heard of some districts increasing the quality and the premium offerings of their foods to the point where you get staff enrolling and that increasing revenues as well. So I'm interested to see what that looks like, because it'd be really great to see with the food being so good that staff is subscribing to it and not having to leave, and it's there conveniently for them. And
I agree with you 100%, and we welcome that. In fact, there was some talk about actually using our lab kitchen as something for the administrative offices where they could come pay a small meal, and we provide a meat, a vegetarian option, a salad, and something where they could go there at a nominal price, a break-even price. Turned out I have to charge a catering price to do something like that, which may put us out of that want to do it. But it's something I'm still trying to figure out with the CDE, if we can do that. But yes, sure, I hear what you're saying, and I want to provide those meals to everyone.
Perfect, thank you. The other one I have here is, do we do anything for like cultural, you started alluding to it a little bit later in your presentation, but cultural cuisines? Let's say, for example, this month, did we serve chicken adobo for Filipino American History Month? Did we,
That's a slippery slope.
Okay.
If I get where and who is okay, I'll tell you why I don't do it, and it is a slippery slope. At Cal, I provided something for Asian Awareness Month.
Yeah.
And they said, well, who did you have come on campus and try that? Who says that that's authentic? We would have to figure out, get a panel, come on and say, what you're serving is authentic, this is culturally correct. It can be very tricky because if I'm serving what traditionally would be Thai food and someone says, no, this is Laotian food, it can turn into a really messy topic. So we try to provide culturally diverse foods, but not in any specific month to honor that. If there are committees on school grounds, I could partner with them and have them come try the food we're trying and let them authenticate it. That would probably be the best way to do it. Happy to try and do something like that.
And then just I guess some comments. We could provide comments on the food that we tried. I mean, I definitely think that I noticed the food, and maybe it's just a palate thing, but I think the food at the higher levels, the higher grades, the high school levels, tended to have better taste. Maybe it's just maybe it's a difference in palates, but I also noticed that there was a lot more options. And it seemed like it's honestly, it just seemed like the food was overall just tasted a lot better.
I would agree with you.
Is there something to what I'm noticing there?
Absolutely.
Okay.
My focus right now is on the 3 high schools. I don't try to take something this big and do it great. I work on something small. And I'm not saying that high schools are small, but adults, and I'll call them young adults, have a more diverse palate. Ask a 5-year-old to eat a chicken enchilada and ask a 18-year-old to eat a chicken enchilada, and one's going to be spicy, one's not, one's going to want onions. The younger won't want onions, the older one may. So my focus has been on the high school, and almost to say, I'd like to win a silver plate award with that food. It should be restaurant quality food. Now, that's not to say that our elementary school students are not important. They are very important. But what I found over the last 4 and 5 years is that their palates are less sophisticated. They would prefer a grilled cheese over a bimbi bowl or a Korean short rib. That is why I do it. And it isn't because I think it's the right thing to do. It's because the students tell me this is what we like. I follow their direction. I have about 17,000 small bosses out there who tell me this is what we like, and I follow their lead. If they're going to eat it, it's nutritiously sustainable, and it's delicious. I feel that's a good formula for success. And let's not lose sight that this program is a business. We're not here to make money. We're here to make that money and put it back into the students, which is why I can provide the food that I do.
Thank you. And then my last two was you had a reference to training for staff. It was in it was a grant you received, I believe it was on was it 5? Slide 5? I guess what type of training does that look like, and is that specifically for the site staff or?
Sure, we got what's called KIT funds. It was $1.4 million for R&M, repair and maintenance, and there was about $125,000 for training. So that training could be going to a conference. That training could be culinary development. It could be anything where that training is developed. So part of that money right now is going into a new back of the house menu system. We just went through an audit where some of the things weren't so good. And if we had that software, it would have went a lot better. So that's what I'm investing some of that training dollars in. But there is no conference, no mandated training, no want that a supervisor or someone wants to do that we can't afford to do. If they want it, we want to do it. We want to make sure we provide that professional development to each and every one who wants it and needs it.
And then, sorry, my last two. One is, do we do any type of trainings for, like, say, students who want to get involved in the food services industries, or like internships or anything for students to be involved in that sense?
We have not in the past, and I feel like it might be a slippery slope again with our labor partners. is why are our students taking their jobs and participating? I get it could be a professional development issue, but if a student is doing work that a represented person can do, I would want to make sure that our labor partners would rubber stamp that as, that is fine.
Gotcha. And then the last one is, when's the next prime rib day?
It's not going to be prime rib. If we get the approval, of the new vendor from Allen Brothers, we're actually going to have beef short ribs.
When is that day?
Well, as soon as I can get, there is a process of getting things approved. We're on a equitable plan with departments that may not have the resources we do, but because of optics, we need to play on the same playing field. So there is some of that there, but rest assured, another great day is coming. And I want to share that video with you.
Thank you. That concludes my questions. Thank you, Director Vasquez.
And we'll just go down the line. Go ahead. Did you have any questions?
I will make it very quick because we are unfortunately running out of time and we have an 11:30 deadline. So I want to thank you for your energy in this topic. Your passion is super, super clear and I appreciate that. It's refreshing given the tone we've had this evening. I myself grew up on free and reduced lunch and I remember what it's like to stand in a different line, to have a different color ticket, to have to go to a different place to pick up your meal pass. I'm glad that those days are gone in California public schools. And more importantly, I'm glad to see that this is something that our nutrition service department understands. It's lifelong scars. It leads to very, very poor nutrition as an adult. I eat like I'm 5 and it's a work in progress.
Guilty.
I did have 2 quick questions if I can. And I'm going to channel my inner Nancy Wright from our Kelly folks from science. And so I'd asked about composting and food waste.
Yes.
And I know that later on in our agenda, there's a board policy that allows for sharing tables for excess food.
Yes.
And so if either yourself or Assistant Superintendent Nichols could speak to the food sharing being an option. And then I know that we do not yet have composting at all of our school sites.
I can comment on both those items.
Thank you.
Composting, we will be happy to do it, but first we'd need to partner with our labor partners and the custodians. They're kind of the ones who run that program. So for example, I can put all the waste in separate bins, et cetera. I don't have a compost bin to put it in. I call that greenwashing. Even though we're doing the right thing, we're buying the right serviceware, we're buying the right plateware, we're separating landfill from compost. If I do all those right things, where do I put it? And if I need to fund the bin for composting, then I will. But I think that's a discussion between Assistant Superintendent Nichols and myself and how we move forward with that, because is that really an expense for student nutrition services? And I'm not necessarily sure I can spend funds that way on composting. So that's why we don't do it. There was a big initiative to do it. We worked with Jill Buck from Green Waste and it just kind of got dropped off as things moved out. And then share tables, I want you to think about, here is the NPR multi-purpose room here, and here is the student nutrition area. I don't own or supervise the NPR. And that is where the shared table is. So it is actually the responsibility of the administrator of the school, if they want to do it, I am fully ready to do it. I ask students to do it, we do it, and most of the schools do it. There might be a handful that don't. Why they don't, I don't know. And I don't know what schools they are, but when I do go to a school, there are shared tables. And, you know, there's very little waste on those tables that I see go. So with that said, that's why we don't partner with another one to come pick up any leftover food. There's minimal leftover food, and that's the reason why.
Last question, but we're out of time, so I will email it over to Assistant Superintendent Nichols, and hopefully she can pass it along, was about creating pathways through ROP. I know there was a question about internships. We have an opportunity for our students to do real hands-on cooking, and it's through our ROP program. So thank you.
Okay, sure.
Yeah, thank you for your presentation. I appreciate your enthusiasm. I'm glad you're with us, and I'm glad you're in HUSD. Yeah, I retired in 2017, but I was a high school teacher here in the district for 30 years. And I'll tell you that I ate school lunches every day. And they've come a long way.
Well, I hope you have a chance to come and visit one of our schools and actually, I know you've been picking them up at the schools and then bringing it back. And I don't know if you eat them 5 hours later, but I don't know if they're so good then. I really wish you'd just kind of come to the school and have lunch with us, have lunch with the students.
Well, I'm sure that will happen.
Good,
But
good.
one thing one thing that has not changed, I am sure if I walked into, and you addressed this a little bit with Clerk Bruckner Carrillo's comment, is I was really wondering how you can address, or somebody can address, the waste. Because I've seen mostly fruit, just kind of gets cast aside. We give it to them, and we give the food to them, and they take it, and most students eat it, but I still see a whole lot of waste going out. So,
And yes,
I don't know.
know. And I don't mean to interrupt you, but let me tell you a little about the fruit. We buy plums, nectarines, kiwi berries, strawberries, cherries, things that people eat. We're not just giving them an old red delicious apple. I don't even like red delicious apples. We buy Honeycrisp apples. We buy the best fruit that we know that they'll eat. Bananas, it's not a California fruit, but we still buy them.
I think that's great. In all my years of teaching, I'm not a very proud person. So, if there was fruit laying around,
right?
Man, I took it home.
Sure.
I don't think I bought a banana in 30 years because, I could always find one at the school. Get out much, what can I say?
Okay, come visit us. Love to have you.
Trustee Dr. Oginda.
Thank you. Yeah, I just will be quick here. Your enthusiasm is really inspiring. I think we all feel very assured that we have the right person managing this. I will say also that I did not grow up in a household where nutrition was something that was taught to me. And so what I love is that when we talk about educators, you are teaching our kids who might not be learning it at home what nutritious food is, the colors that it comes in, the different flavors that it comes in, how to read the labels, and now all the criteria you gave, like this is what I have in the grocery store for myself. And I'm just thrilled that you're teaching that to our students. And this might be the only place they learn it. So just a big thank you, a heartfelt thank you.
Thank you.
Your passion is, it's what we needed for tonight for sure. And I think we all feel a lot better about the food that's being served to our students and to our staff. We really enjoyed eating the food. So even if it wasn't warm still, we enjoyed eating it a lot. And I think for the most part, we were very impressed and pleasantly surprised. So yeah, even though it's been a while since you've been here, I think we needed to just really have a deeper understanding of the hard work, and that what's evident is your deep thought that goes into every decision that you make, even when it's not doing what you think is right, but because there are other reasons for doing it. And that mindfulness, that intentionality, it's what we also want to be teaching our kids. So kudos. Thank you so much. We're really grateful for you.
Thank you. And just to comment on what you said, we call it facilitating learning outside of the classroom. So when they're sitting at the table and they're talking about algebra or history or whatever it is, they're doing it while they're breaking bread with each other. And that's facilitating learning outside of the classroom.
Thank you so much. Like definitely a pickup, especially so late in the evening. And so I don't mean this to be harsh, but I have comments from my kid.
Okay.
So
Mine already.
okay. Elementary level.
Sure.
From the foodie, who was our youngest, the 9-year-old, 4th grade. What is going on with the pizza? And I'm just gonna go through
Please.
really quick. And also, like, can we get student tastings? there has been a big change that the kids have noticed in the options and quality and freshness of the food from my elder kids who were they were in elementary in 14-ish, 14, 15, 16, 17, all the way up. And then even at and also in middle school at Bret Hart. And so and then whenever I visit a classroom and I introduce myself, I ask, like, do you know what a trustee is? And I tell the students, you know, we work for you. You guys are our bosses. I give them, you know, our front page so they can know who their governance team is. And then they get all excited and they said that their number one complaint is the food. And no, I love what you presented, and like some of the foods that, and I agree, the high school food was really good. I love the fruit options, and with your enthusiasm, I really do feel like there could be more collaboration as far as like, you know, where with your vision and some of the vision and voice of the students and the parents who are also consuming the food. One of our big is meals, collaborative meals that we know, especially on our elementary school sites, breakfast, like before school starts. And there's a lot of sugar content in that and just what I'm seeing at breakfast. And so like I do believe there's a lot of opportunity for growth. And then I'm, you know, between the grants and the private funding, somewhere around 2 million plus, you know, what does that, as far as like wiggle room in that, as what can we do to expand on some of our food models, maybe having collaboration with like local food suppliers within, like, we have a pretty good foodie scene. What does it look like to host some of our local restaurants here in Hayward? Definitely working with ROP. Some of our YEP programming has provided cooking classes for our elementary all the way up through high school. I'm not sure about our adult school, but I do know that our special education school also does food preparation and cooking. And there's so much excitement and opportunity in that. And that also empowers the learning and helps control and minimize food waste by putting student voice in and making sure that they're a part of the what food we get. You know, we could also look at, especially in other countries, the design and the way, like in Korea, the way that they serve their kids and the food options, you know, with the raw ingredients that you guys have. And I know our chef is, because like I said, the food was really good, especially at high school. I think, you know, we could definitely go like in a direction where we have less food waste. And I fully hear you with like, we need to collaborate with our union as far as like composting and everything. I also want to tap back in with our Tennyson Green team that did a really well vetted like design of composting, and Tennyson has a amazing garden. You know, what does it look like to have our community gardens at our sites also be a part of our food supplies at the sites? What does it look like to have our chef? I know our chef is very busy, but like maybe once a month, like go to a site and do a like something like interactive with the community about like you know, our food prep and, you know, the creativity and, you know, serving our students and such. You do not have to answer all the things that I just said. I can an email, whatever. I understand like the time crunch, and I just kind of fired a whole lot of things. But once again, I do appreciate your enthusiasm. And yeah, I look forward to like having more conversation.
I will say this, it's very difficult for me to say no to a student and to a parent in the community. If they want to do something, the answer is yes. It doesn't really matter about the time commitment or what it takes to do it. So you have my full support in that. Some of the food, you know what, it's not going to be for everyone's palate. And you know what, we do have some days that, yeah, maybe that wasn't the best selection, but we will fail fast. And if they don't like it, we get rid of it. So know that as well. So, yeah, and please feel free to send me anything you need to know, want to know, or care to know. And I'm happy to respond to it, and we'll work together. We'll be partners. Sure.
Thank you. Okay. Oh, sorry. Now we are on public comments.
We have 2 people online. Do they both still get their full 2 minutes?
Hello. Oh. If you could turn your mic off.
Hi.
Tap the button to turn it off.
It's up.
How about you, Michael? I'm struggling. Yeah.
Hello.
Yeah. Lower. How about if I speak away from it?
No, we're public comments now.
Oh.
So now the public's gonna call in and comment on the item. Yeah, thank you so much. And thank you also for like staying so late too.
Yeah, thanks a lot.
Appreciate it.
Maria
Hi.
de Carmen Espinosa, your line has been unmuted.
Okay. Hi. Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. This is Maria del Carmen Espinosa. I volunteer a lot at Southgate Elementary, and I gotta tell you, the cheese pizza. I mean, my daughter begs me to pack her a lunch when it's cheese pizza Friday because nobody really eats it. Everybody throws it away. So if you guys can switch out the cheese pizza with some ribs, that would be great. I mean, I know one day she came to me, she said that she had steak and then it was like a one-hit wonder because they never had it again. And the parfait last year, the students were able to have a parfait for breakfast. And now all of a sudden, there's no parfait. It's just bars and something else. I can't think of it right now because it's so late. So, my thing is, why are the parfaits gone? Why are they not back at the elementary schools? I mean, the students would eat it. I understand that there's some students that like have a bland palate, but most students are they're a different culture, so they have a palate that's intense. I feed my kids parfaits and I feed my kids um, exactly what I feed my middle school students. So if you guys can just please look into the elementary food, so much food goes in the trash. I swear it breaks my heart every time I volunteer during lunchtime. The students don't eat it. It just goes straight to the trash. It's really sad to see so much food go to waste. And Eden Youth works with farms. Um, they can possibly help you guys find fruits and vegetables in the local farms out like in Modesto and Turlock. Thank you.
Rosemary, your line has been unmuted.
Good evening or good morning, I should say. Um, First of all, I don't know if Lucky is still there, but thank you very much for his hard work. We have seen changes on the food services, and they're noticeable. I do ask though to look a little bit more into the food for elementary. I work at an elementary school site, in a large elementary school site. So whatever you see in a school that it has 400 students, just triple it. Just just multiply it by 3 at my school. So waste is more. And the students, there's some things that they just won't eat. New supervisors, having more new supervisors during lunchtime will be helpful. Kids are very emotional, and sometimes if their classroom friend is not there, they won't eat. And so having an adult saying, "Hey, baby, go ahead and eat, please," or motivating them and just keeping an eye on them, kind of help our kids to eat. So new supervisors are helpful, but also the food, and they do need to like it. Um, um, but I had children, and as so most of you. So if we can find a way to get nutritional and good foods in our cafeterias that our kids are will eat. So we just we have a lot of parent volunteers that are coming in, and they actually notice that the food is good. It's not that it's bad. It's not that we're giving them junk or we're giving them bad food. It's just that it's not tasteful. And so parents are giving accolades to the food services department, but they need to do a little bit more in taste. Thank you.
Great. Thank you.
Rochelle, sorry,
Oh,
one more.
sorry.
There was 2 more.
Hi, can you hear me?
One moment, please.
And they just raised their hand. You said two.
Can we all use our mics, please?
Whew. Due to the time, we're just gonna do 1-minute comments on these last 2 speakers. There's only one, then we'll do the 2. Go ahead.
Okay, I think I'm good to unmute.
Yes, you are. Thank you.
Okay, I'm actually gonna be really brief. It just occurred to me while you guys were talking that I have talked to a couple parents over the years that it's specifically at elementary school that a lot of the dishes have cheese. And so for kids who can't handle dairy, it does become challenging when they can't eat the pizza, they can't eat the burger, and like those are the only options on those days. Unless they're just gonna have like salad bar or something. So like just kind of maybe a little more mindful about like maybe less cheese options for those kids because yeah. But that's all. I yield the rest of my time. Thank you guys.
Thank you. Now we are moving to item I, consent items. Please note the procedural order for items appearing on the consent agenda, which are normal operations that are usually voted on in what is called the omnibus action. I apologize. This means the board will vote once for all items appearing on the portion of the agenda labeled with the letter I. Because of the hybrid public access to the meeting, we'll first ask if there are any public speakers for consent items and then note which items they'd like to speak to. Just note, now will not be the time to offer comments, but later when we return to pulled items. Wait for staff. No cards. Okay. Are there any items to be pulled by the board?
I would like to pull a question that I asked ahead of time that staff did not answer. So I would like to pull item I8A, Sinclair Research Group.
Okay. And I would like to pull item 11B, Advanced Placement African American course. Would someone like to make a motion to approve the consent items?
I'll second.
All right. Moved by President Buffetti, seconded by Trustee Dr. Okenda. Roll call vote, please. Oh, okay. We're all in agreement. All those in agreement, raise your hand. There we go, 5-0, we're good. Let's go. Great. starting with 8A.
Yep, I apologize, but I had asked this prior and I did not see a response. Sinclair Research Group, it is a contract for an evaluation of our induction program. I don't remember this being highlighted. That was something that was going to be coming before our board when the induction presentation came. We're being rushed to answer questions, so sure I have other ones, but if you can speak to how it was selected, do we have to vote on it today? And again, I had asked these questions ahead of time. Thank you so much.
Thank you for the question. I'm sorry, we did not answer that question. Sinclair is a company that we've been using for a number of years to evaluate our induction program. It supports surveys, anonymous surveys, and it gives feedback to our program on ways for us to improve it, ways for us to support our teachers. So I do ask that you approve it so that we can secure the contract. We can be consistent with using this Sinclair company because we will be, we're in the process of collecting all of our information for accreditation.
Thank you for that. And how much is it? And have we involved our labor partners such as HIA? And then how does this connect to the SIR work?
This connects to the SIR work through induction and supporting our new teachers, professional learning, training, et cetera. We have been using this company over a long period of time. We have not outreach to HIA. It is our teachers who are leading the induction work with our new teachers that have been utilizing this company. 15,000, I want to say.
Okay, and this can't come back at the next meeting in November. We have 42 seconds or something. And so my preference would be that this come back. I feel that a $15,000 valuation of our induction program amid a SIR presentation that was lacking. I just want to make sure that we're investing in the right feedback and that it's connecting to our SIR work. And so does it need to be today or can it happen in early November?
It would be preferred that we do approve it tonight. We have been using this company over time, and it is part of the accreditation that we are seeking to get all of our data in place and ready for. If we bring it back in November, I would be able to reach out, I guess, to our labor team and let them know we're going to use Sinclair again. But it has been a contract that we've been using over the last few years.
Okay, would someone like to make a motion to approve this consent item?
I'll move to approve it.
I'll second it.
Okay, moved by trustee Okinda, seconded by the President Buffetti. Roll call vote, please. Okay, vote. All in favor? All opposed? 4-1.
And I just want to note for the record, I was the no vote.
Yes. And then item 11B, adopt board education resolution 2526-16, advanced placement African American course. I just wanted to pull this. First of all, I'd like to thank Superintendent Chinwu Fernandez for working with me with this resolution, and I'd also like to thank Dr. Davies for going over it and also approving and looking through this, especially on the timeline, the short timeline. Approving the advanced placement African American Studies course as fulfilling the U.S. history requirement and directing the administration to facilitate student access to the course. Whereas the College Board has developed the advanced placement African American Studies course to provide a rigorous college level examination of the African American experience, including its historical, cultural, political, and social dimensions. And whereas the University of California system has officially approved AP African American Studies as meeting the A to G subject requirements for U.S. history, a history/social science, affirming its academic rigor and relevance to the high school curriculum. And whereas the inclusion of AP African American Studies as an option for fulfillment The high school US, as an option for fulfillment, the high school US history requirement strengthens Hayward Unified School District's commitment to inclusive, comprehensive education that reflects the diverse narrative shaping American history. And whereas expanding access to AP African American Studies aligns with the district's goals for educational equity, college readiness, and culturally responsive teachings. Which is just, you can find it on our agenda to see the full resolution. I would like to motion to approve this consent.
Second it.
Roll call, vote. All those in favor?
Can I ask a question? I'm so sorry. I just want to confirm this is the normal process to, this is my first time as a board member, and I didn't have access to the document until a little bit later. There was an issue with the posting, and so I just want to make sure that we followed the right process. This is a really exciting thing, and so I just want to make sure that we're adding a new class. So
For like a resolution?
for the course specifically, it's my first time as a board member that we're adding a new course, and that's really exciting. I'm absolutely supportive of it. I just want to make sure.
Yeah, we did. So as policymakers, we're making sure that we have the policy, the resolution in place so that when we are prepared to provide the class at our sites at a high school level, it doesn't have to circle back to us. We've already done that front work with the expectation aligning with the UC systems in California. And then also, if you read through, we're also working with Dr. Davies to make sure that our teachers are trained and that we have identified a high school or a couple of high schools to pilot it at. That people are supported, and that if any of our students are by passing it tonight, if any of our students have already taken AP African American Studies, it will then count. So like they don't have to take US history as a requirement for graduation in this next semester, next year. Yeah.
Thank you for explaining the process. It's already been seconded, correct?
Yes.
All right. Well, I would have seconded it as well. So happy to vote yes.
All right. So once again, let's take that vote. That's a 5-0. Thank you very much. Oh, I've lost it. Okay. And now we are at J, return to the general public comments for, there are none. All right, we're good. Let's move on to K, board member comments on HUSD committees. All right, I will update at the next board meeting or check out my Instagram.
I just would like to say that this agenda had 3 items on it, and we're at 11:35. Next agenda has 6 items on it. I would ask all 3 of you to please reconsider what can be moved from next agenda to another time, because I don't think we want to be here until 2:30 a.m. next meeting.
Noted. We can discuss like the agenda for the November 5th meeting. I had a lot of really great things to say, but I will put that on my Miss Prada for Hayward Instagram updates later in the week. Moving on to L, District Governance Calendar.
The governance calendar, that's not me. That's anyone wants to comment on.
Oh, my bad. I'm sorry. It's late. Trustees, are there any future agenda items this evening not already in queue that we'd like the board, President Buffetti and Superintendent Chinwu Fernandez to consider?
Superintendent, I wonder if your next superintendent update can highlight the new resolution that we just passed. It's really exciting, and I don't feel that we gave it, due to the time, the attention that it deserves to highlight. And so I want to make sure that we're uplifting what we just passed.
I can include that in our next presentation.
Great. Item M for the good of the order, President Buffetti.
Just real quick, the best moment of tonight's night was when this room was overpacked with our perfect cast score students. That's what we should be striving for. It's great news to see that that number had increased. And I want to thank our team here. I know we don't celebrate enough of our wins, but thank you from everyone at HUSD to see that positive growth here in HUSD.
Thank you. Item N, future meeting dates, Trustee Clerk Bruckner Carrillo.
Oh, I could never find it. I had it. I even put it in a special spot this time. All right. Meetings are currently being conducted both in person and online in a hybrid format. In-person meetings are typically held at the Hayward Unified School District, located at 24411 Amador Street, Hayward, California, 94544. The meeting opens at 5 p.m. We then adjourn to closed session. At 6:30, we reconvene to our open session. And at 10:30, we adjourn our meeting. Upcoming meetings are Monday, November 3rd for a special, I believe it's supposed to say special ed.
No, it's supposed to say special because it's not a regular board meeting.
It is a special board meeting where we will be talking about special ed. Wednesday, November 5th for a regular board meeting, and then Wednesday, December 10th for a regular board meeting. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Thank you, staff, governance team, and community for hanging in there with us. And this meeting is adjourned at 11:39.